2016 meeting of the Commission to order. My name is Michael Finley. I am Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission. This morning we have 6 commissioners present. Commissioner Woolley will be a little late, and we hope to see Commissioner Atkinson. There he is. There he is right there. Good morning. Okay. We will start this morning, Commissioners, unless there's something pertinent on your minds that you want to get off. Okay. Director Melcher.
Thank you, Chair Finley. Under the Director's report today, we did deliver to you in written form the field reports, so you have those in your packet. We do not have an expenditure report this month. Deputy Director Bill Herber's been out on family medical leave, so we will mail that to you under separate cover. We do have on your TAN agenda here 3 temporary rules that were signed by the Director since your last meeting, and those 3 rules do need to be ratified by the Commission. If any commissioners have specific questions about those rules, we'll be happy to answer those before any action.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions or comments about the rules? Commissioner Weber.
I would move that we adopt the temporary rules 1 through 3 set out on the TAN agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Anderson. So it's been moved by Commissioner Weber and seconded by Commissioner Anderson that we adopt the temporary rules as set out in our TAN attachment. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously.
Thank you, Chair Finley. Then the next item under the Director's report would be an update on Columbia River fisheries reform. Of course, you do have an agenda item later in the day, or actually relatively soon in the day here, this morning, on this agenda topic. The agenda item, though, Exhibit B, is just merely extending the transition period. No other actions of substance. But we did want to, following up on the December 2nd meeting, we did want staff to come forward and share with you many of the analyses that they've been conducting here over the last several weeks. And these will then be rolled up as part of the actual commission packet for January, so they would be distributed also in writing prior to the January meeting. But we wanted to give you the early heads up per your request on, not the December commission meeting, this is December, that was at the November commission meeting. So with that, we have John North, Chris Kern, and Tucker Jones here to share with you what they've been working on.
Well, you guys have been working hard. Welcome.
Thank you.
Who's first up to bat? Okay, Tucker.
Director Melcher, Chair Finley, members of the Commission, good morning. For the record, I am Tucker Jones, Ocean Salmon and Columbia River Program Manager. When we were last here in November, you guys left us with some requests, and we also made some promises to you as far as updates to the model and updating information. The first one of those things we said we would do is incorporate any information that we could get from 2016 fisheries just as soon as humanly possible. I'm happy to report that we have wrapped those up and have them incorporated into all of our models. They've changed things just a little bit, but those are in. So I guess just a quick review of what that looks like now compared to the transition period. This looks, along with many of the slides you're going to see today, pretty similar to what you saw in November, with the number of angler trips in the fall in red, in the summer in white, and the blue cross-hatching for the spring. The only difference between this and the figure you saw in November is that 2016 is added in. Essentially, similar message to what you saw before. Small, but I would think, meaningful increases associated with those allocation shifts in 2016, mostly in the spring. And this data that's associated with the bar charts is in the Angler Tips 2013 to 16 table that's in your packet. We also updated the commercial ex-vessel slide you saw in November with 2016 data. So same slide again, running from top to bottom, spring, or bottom to top, I guess, if you're looking at the bars, and top to bottom if you're looking at the legend. But spring on the bottom in blue, fall main stem in red, white is safe spring, summer. The dashes are select area fall fisheries, and the gray is sort of other fisheries. What you see here, basically the take-home message is that in 2016 during the transition policy, there was no change in the commercial ex-vessel value from what we would have expected to see without the policy in place. These values, by the way, in their individual components that are made up in the bar, are in each of your model output tables in the 20 through 13, 16 years. The without policies in the first table, and then the 13 to 16 and all the other tables are the actual observed values during those years. The next thing I think we told you we would do, or you asked us to do, I can't exactly remember which was which, was to update the information used in our economic modeling. We've done that. We've used a new model from PFMC, which is the same source as you saw in 2013. It's their IOPAC model. We consulted with both our own economist and with the NOAA fisheries economist who does this work for PFMC. They both agreed that this is the most appropriate economic model to be using at this time. It changes some of the multipliers from the previous analysis. The recreational multiplier goes to, for a private trip, 65.35, and about 220 for a for hire trip. The for hire component is unknown. So we know that it's more than zero, but we also know that it's, not half either. So because we don't know the exact model, we have just assumed private trips and all the modeling you're looking at in your models. But we have included a table in the presentation that has, I guess, a range of options to show you the sensitivity to that. The commercial multiplier is 1.409, and you can see how that breaks out versus the Fisher and the processor. And these changed from the original analysis. That was about, I think, $40 for the recreational multiplier and 1.88 for the commercial multiplier previously and under the old FEAM model. This is that table. You can see basically for every increase in for hire angler trips of about 5%, you get about a 12% increase in that local personal income impact value. And this is just to show you sort of how it affects as you move up. It's a linear relationship, so as they go, they go. The other model updates that we did, you'll recall on the full implementation model, we had that outlined with a non-mark select per seine in zones 4-5. We hadn't fully fleshed that out in time for the November meeting. We showed you a range, and there was quite a bit of caveating. We've had time to do a more complete analysis. We're not going to be showing you a range on that today. Because some of the benefits from the additional hatchery production that we're talking about require time to come online. This is now fully modeled out to 2022 for all the scenarios. And then I think Commissioner Anderson asked to see this fishery-specific contribution to various scenarios, and that is included in your handouts there. It's not going to be in the PowerPoint slides. That's just, it's too much information. Yeah, yep. But it's too information to put up there. I'd have to make the font so small that none of us could read it. So, essentially, all of these things we did on this slide and all the work we did there feed into the outputs we're going to be going over today. Those outputs are the no policy, what things would look like without policy, updated with 2016 data, a full implementation with the non-mark select purse seine updated with 2016 data, and a more complete analysis there. That rebalance option we showed you in November, again updated with 2016 data. The freeze transition scenario that we were asked to provide, again, with the 2016 update. And then we were asked to show a scenario in which the ex-vessel value was increased over the rebalance plan, and that is a new analysis, and it also includes the 2016 data. Sorry, catching up. Again, slides are very similar to what you've seen in November. This slide is nearly identical, just to, I guess, keep things a little bit consistent. Where I've tried to make changes evident. Where things came out, I used a strikeout, and where new information is in, that is in italics. So that is the difference on this slide. If you see it in italics, it was not in the slide in November. And if you see a strikeout, well, that's not included in our information. So with the full policy implementation, that's a spring 80-20 with no main stem commercial fishery sport commercial allocation. Summer, that's a 98-2 with no main stem commercial fisheries. The fall Chinook would be 80-20. This is a little more complicated than just straight up 80-20, as I think we all remember. It's a greater than or equal to 80. And a less than or equal to 80 and a greater than or equal to 20, and balancing those two different stocks. It's all non-mark selective, purse seine in zone 4-5, and it does not include any alternative gears in zones 1 through 3. The economic values do not include operating costs or feasibility, et cetera, for those zone 4-5 purse seines. So we're not showing you a range anymore. We're not talking about lower ends or upper ends. It does have a coho main stem tangle net fishery in zones 1 through 3 and current safe releases. In the table below, just I guess to orient you, the first row, trying not to blind anybody, is the Appendix C base. The second row would be 2017 and beyond in Appendix C. Third row is the no policy, so this has changed slightly based on 2016, moving down on angler chips about 500 or so, and down a little bit on the commercial ex-vessel value too, and that just reflects those changes that we saw to the averages from including 2016 data. So with a full policy implementation, we would see a fairly substantial 7 or 8% increase in angler trips and a reduction in the ex-vessel value over what would have been seen without the policy. About 64% of what you might expect to see with no policy in the full implementation.
Before you go to the next one, if I could just add a comment here, and I think Tucker hit this, but just in case. The last two lines on these tables, and this will be repeated as you see the next scenarios, just like it was before, are in your model outputs. And so the first one is the no policy, that's page 1. And then you'll see on the subsequent pages the detail sheets for fishery by fishery outputs for the bolded lines, which are the individual scenario runs. And included in those tables is a line that talks about the change in the parameter, whether it be angler trips or ex-vessel value, which is something that I think there was some interest in looking at last time. So that's in there, and it's and you'll find it as ex-vessel value delta percent and trip delta percent in each of the runs. It's 0 for the no policy, and then the other ones are referenced against the no policy. The comment I wanted to make is, as we've talked to you about in November, the run size effect on trips and ex-vessel value is a significant component of change from year to year. And so as you look at these runs, you'll see a percent change from a no policy alternative predicated upon the average run sizes and components we observed during this transition period, which I think we told you last time that's what this model is based upon. What we can't really demonstrate to you in these tables, but is a factor that you should be aware of, is that under different combinations of run sizes, those deltas will be different. And in some cases, for instance, fall Chinook, if there was smaller fall Chinook values in the no policy, then when you implement a change from the policy, it's likely to contribute a lesser change to that delta from the no policy, just because it's a big factor compared to these tables. And conversely, if you added significant spring Chinook value over what's in these tables, you would likely see it go the other way. That gap might get bigger. So there's some sensitivity of the model to how those components add up to the total. What you're seeing is based on the recent averages, so that's what we have. But as with all things, the future is going to be what it's going to be. It's unlikely to be exactly like the model. So we wanted you to be aware of that as we move forward, and that's going to be the case in all these scenarios. Thanks.
Okay. So again, this is very similar to what you saw in November, sort of now just our assessment of how this meets or does not meet the policy as written. So a full implementation would definitely phase out gill nets in main stem fisheries and would definitely give a recreational fishery a main stem priority. But it would not enhance the viability of commercial fisheries. It does not optimize economics for the region, as you can see in your handouts, and the conservation benefits are inadequate in this plan. The next scenario we're showing you today is the freeze transition, modeled exactly the same, so 70-30 spring. This is just basically what we saw during the transition, or at least in the last year of the transition. Summer, 70-30 with a main stem fishery with gill nets allowed. Fall, Chinook fishery with less than or equal to 70 and greater than or equal to 30 for the main stem commercial fisheries for both the Lower River Fall Chinook and the Upriver Bright Fall Chinook. Excuse me, sorry. The main stem, same fishery as in the transition years, a 6-inch coho gill net and a coho tangle net in the transition years. And again, current safe releases. What is the effect of this? Again, this is just updated with the new data from 2016. We see still an increase in angler trips, although not as large as with full policy implementation, and a definite increase in the commercial ex-vessel value over what would have been seen in the policy, about $6.10 million on the ex-vessel there. How does the freeze transition, how would that perform? Well, there's definitely more assurance of viability for commercial fisheries. There is more recreational main stem priority than without policy, and there's higher economic returns to the region than no or a full policy option. But it doesn't. What does it not do? Well, the conservation benefits, again, are inadequate, not harvesting enough hatchery fish. There's less recreational priority than planned in the policy, and it does not phase out gill nets in any main stem fisheries. The rebalance plan that we showed you in November, again, just updated with 2016 data. I believe, even with the data updates, that this is still the staff recommendation. So we left that in there. Modeled as a spring 80-20 with a small main stem commercial fisheries with tangle nets post-update as impacts allowed. And this is actually, I believe, in the current policy as written. Summer 80-20 sport commercial main stem commercial fishery with a selective gear that has yet to be determined, and so in the model assumes no value for the commercial fishery, with that allocation is just reserved for them should that gear be developed. Fall Chinook with a less than or equal to 70 and a greater than 30 on those two different fall Chinook stocks with gill nets in zone 4-5 and tangle net in zone 1-3. It also includes the implementation of a fall conservation fishery. So we have that conservation set aside where a certain number of tule impacts are reserved off the top, and those are just to be used with selective or alternative gears to try to access that extra hatchery production, we need to reduce the proportion of hatchery fish on spawning grounds, as you all know, and this is a tool we think we can use to do that. Current safe releases plus some additional spring Chinook releases at Nat Creek and at a couple of off-channel sites that we're trying to move forward and implement. And then allowing barb hooks in the Willamette and removing the Young's Bay sport closure. Again, this is updated now with the 2016 data. You see an increase in angler trips over the no policy option and over the freeze transition, but less than full policy would be. And an ex-vessel value that by 2022 gets pretty close to the what you'd have seen without policy. I think it's about 97% by the time you get to 2022. It takes a while for that extra hatchery production to come online. That's why it's modeled out through there. As you can see in your handouts, there is some shortfalls in the intervening years. While that comes online, the average, I think, from 2017 to 2021 is 5.43 million in the X vessel, as opposed to the 5.77 in 2022. So there would be some lessening in the interim, but ultimately a very similar number at the end. How do we think that this performs? There's more recreational fishery main stem priority than without policy or with freezing the transition. More assurance of viability for commercial fisheries than with full policy implementation. With commercial economics approaching those, the utility approaching that by 2022. Gill nets are removed in spring and summer, and their use is limited to the fall in zones 4 and 5. We have a higher conservation performance with that conservation set-aside fishery and higher economic returns for the region over no or full policy. What does it not do? Well, there is less recreational priority than with full policy implementation. Gill nets do remain in the fall. There is less ex-vessel value than you would see without policy, and it takes some additional time to accrue those benefits. This is essentially a new scenario, so everything in the next couple of slides will be new, although in the same format that we've just been showing. We were asked to bring forth, I think we heard that the rebalance plan, some people didn't think went far enough, so they wanted to see a scenario which would include a positive ex-vessel value from that. So we used the rebalance plan as our starting point. Many of the things are similar with an 80-20 small main stem commercial fishery with tangle nets post update, similar, exactly the same, in fact, to the rebalance plan. The summer, that main stem commercial fishery still is an 80-20 split, but it is intended to be used with large mesh gill nets, if that were the option. Fall Chinook, the allocation shifts back a little bit so that it's less than or equal to 67% for sport and greater than or equal to 33 for the large mesh gill nets in zone 4-5, tangle nets in zone 1 through 3. And it does have an implementation of a fall conservation fishery, but one of the, there are, as we all know, the fall is a very complicated management picture. And to access extra lower river fall Chinook, you have to have a few more bee-run steelhead fish to do that. And so it sort of lessens the amount of bees available for that conservation set-aside fishery. And it would lessen the value and lessen the impact that it could have on reducing hatchery fish on the spawning ground. It does include those same releases and the same sport actions as well. So again, we do see an increase in angler trips over a no policy thing, but it's not as large as it would be with any of the other scenarios, I think, although maybe similar to some of the other freeze transition or no implementation. Well, it's more than no. And then an ex-vessel value that is positive. Again, this is the 2022 value because we're including those extra hatchery production fish. So it takes time to accrue those benefits. So by the time you get to 2022, it is a positive over the no policy and over the rebalanced actually as well. But again, as you can see in your handouts, in the intervening years, there is some shortfalls. With an average ex-vessel of 5.70 between 2017 and 2021. How do we think this performs? Well, the commercial ex-vessel value is enhanced over the no policy or the rebalance scenarios. Gill nets are removed in the spring. There is more recreational fishery mainstem priority than without policy or during the transition period, and a higher economic return to the region than no or a full policy implementation. What does it not do? Well, the conservation benefits, because you have to take some of those B steelhead to run those additional fall zone 4-5 impacts. The conservation benefits are less than our rebalanced option. There's less recreational priority than planned in the full policy implementation. Gill nets remain in the summer and in the fall, and it takes, again, additional time to accrue those benefits because they won't fully come online until 2022. That sort of wraps up the scenarios that I think that we said we would bring you and that you asked us to bring. As far as next steps, I guess we're happy to answer any questions you might have, and if you have any other things you need us to do, we will take steps to address those requests. We have a January hearing for potential rule meeting. Our neighbors to the north are having a presentation and public testimony, I believe, this weekend. And they also have a January hearing scheduled for potential rule meeting. And we feel like we really need to have at least one more meeting of that joint Fish and Wildlife Committee subgroup prior to those January rulemaking meetings.
And hopefully the three of you that were involved on the subgroup have received a meeting request to help set that up. I think we got that out this week, but if not, we'll follow up with you and make sure you do get it.
So that's it for what I have here now.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to remind the commissioners that we are in a director's report item right now. Obviously, we're not taking any action here today. If there's questions that you all have of staff, that would be great. That's fine. It's very appropriate. I'd like to I think it'd be important to avoid policy discussion in this forum. We're going to have plenty of time to do that, of course, at the January meeting where we're actually in a rulemaking phase and decision-making phase. But if you have questions of the staff, certainly appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, we are working to schedule a committee meeting with Washington. Obviously, we have to resolve some issues. We've been sent a query. Michelle, you did send us that for that. So that's in the works, and then we would report back. So any questions of staff? Commissioner Atkinson.
I was just curious about your rationale for why you changed the baseline information for the income, personal income impacts from what was previously our standard.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Atkinson, I think I thought we indicated this in November that we were looking into the updates. Our economists recommended we look at the newer information, which is what you see before you today. Prior to the last meeting, we simply hadn't had time to fully review it, so we were very uncomfortable bringing it forward as a recommendation for changing that because we hadn't digested it all. A couple of the issues were this impact of the for-hire fishery. We weren't sure if we could figure out a way to incorporate that or not. Turns out we have not found a way to incorporate it, but the recommendation from the economists was to move this, the newer model, which is the PFMC adopted a new model framework a couple years ago after the version that we had used previously they basically went from one to another. And so there's a model framework adjustment, and I believe they've updated some of the base data in the model as well. So there's really two factors that have caused the changes in the model outputs that we're bringing you today, or that we're using. We're using somebody else's model. So there was a data update and a model restructuring as well that they have adopted. And our economist has told us that at some point we should be adopting that because it's the latest and maybe greatest. I don't know if that's the right word, but it is the latest. So
Okay.
that was our justification for doing it. If we'd had time to digest it before the prior meeting, we would have brought it forward then.
And so do we have data on actual fishing trips in the lower Columbia and what proportion of those are guided?
Commissioner Aiken, we do not, and that's why we left it as only using the private trips, and we show the value that you would get if you, per a guided, I need to be careful how I phrase this, per a for-hire trip. Now, the for-hire trip definition in this model, one of the things we've had struggles with, and one of the reasons we aren't using it, other than showing you what it would be, is that it's not clear to us that it is entirely guides. It's marine-based surveys that include some guides probably from the Buoy 10 area, but it also includes charter boats along the coast and some other things because it's a marine-based survey with some interplay with the Columbia. And so I wasn't comfortable personally saying that that's equivalent to a guide, either in its particular value per trip, because I think it's a conglomeration of several types of boats that may not apply directly to guides, and because we don't have the data to assess how many of these trips we're showing you, whether they be observed or models, would actually be on a guided or for-hire trip. So that's why we've stuck with the single value, but I recognize some people are going to be sensitive to what the effect of it could be if you could figure out how to include it. That's why we provided the table that shows what the expansions would change by. But the values you see here don't include those.
Okay. And on the ex-vessel values, don't we have Oregon data on some of that information as far as our own local information versus using a model that's maybe broader than that?
Commissioner Atkinson, what we're using from the model is the expansion factor. So the numbers that we're expanding themselves are the observed Oregon and Washington ex-vessel values, and then we're laying the multiplier on top. Our economist said that's the best data we have available because we don't have a specific economic survey to do on our own. That would be another option, I suppose. It's a much more complicated option, but so we are using the base data as observed or modeled, and then applying the multiplier.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Atkinson, I think one thing I apologize, I think I may have forgot to mention is that those multipliers, excuse me, are specific for Astoria. So although that IOPAC model includes a very large array up and down the coast, it has specific zones you can include. So it's not grabbing everything from San Diego to Seattle. It's an Astoria-specific model, or the multipliers are.
Sounds good. So why was it so different than the previous model? The 1.8 versus 1.4?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Atkinson, you would have to ask the economists that question.
So I know that, and I can't tell you how it changed, but I know one of the changes that they made during the model is they reviewed some of the estimates for how much was processed locally versus distantly and some other parameters that were updated. And this is, again, they updated it coast-wide, so it wasn't unique to Oregon or Washington, but that's about as deep as I could go. I mean, you think the things we bring you are complicated. I think the economics are probably more so.
Yeah.
At least to me they are. They're complete Greek to me, so.
I know in our county, they often say anything that's, inputs from the county that are sold elsewhere, you can consider that's a 1.7 multiplier in the community.
I would point out, in addition to the local numbers that Tucker mentioned, there are port-specific and then Astoria-specific as a port modifiers. There is a modifier for statewide. And I have to confer with our economist. I think he implied to me that it was if you took those values outside of the local area and spread them across the state, this is what the values would be. And they're both higher for the sport and commercial. They're both higher. I couldn't give you the numbers now. That's an alternative that we could certainly look into or ask him if it's more appropriate. The indication he gave me was really they're both going to go up or down together because of the move from local to statewide. We could do that if you'd like us to look into that and have him review it and see if that's a more appropriate measure. He kind of indicated to me in my initial ask that it was kind of a pick-em in terms of trying to assess the scale of change across these models, which is really what we're trying to do rather than predict a specific, value of one fishery versus another. So, and they do scale up fairly closely. So I don't know if they're exactly linear, but they go up and down together.
Well, I really appreciate that you were able to quickly add in that 2016 data and really give us those options so we can kind of see some different scenarios. And I appreciate that quick work that you did to get it done by this month.
Okay, commissioners, any others? Mr. Anderson, and then Commissioner Atkinson.
Thank you. Well, first of all, let me just say thank you as well for bringing all of this information together. It definitely meets or exceeds the expectations that I had in requesting this. So it's a lot to go over, and I'm glad that we have some time to do that. Just one question. So for the models that have the two bullet point recommendations regarding the allowance of barbed hooks and the removal of the swart closure, do those two affect the economic model at all in terms of the modeled success of sport and commercials respectively?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Anderson, no, they don't. We didn't assume any difference from those on either trips or ex-vessel value.
So we could consider those independent of the
Absolutely,
economic model?
absolutely.
Okay.
In our opinion, yes. And I just, because there's been two thank yous for it, and I definitely appreciate it. John and his staff have been working very hard on this, so I appreciate that. I'm sure he and his staff do as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Atkinson is next, and then Commissioner Buckmaster.
Thank you. Gentlemen, a couple quick questions, one of which is under the rebalance plan that you recommend, is there a time certain to this? So we're going to go, we globally are going to go talk to Washington, and Washington might have a different timeline than we do as far as implementation. Is there a hard time on this recommendation, or is there a soft time on this recommendation?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Atkinson, that's the recommendation we brought in November, which was a proposal to consider adaptive management for the coming year, 2017.
1 year.
And so the values that you see are assuming it takes effect in this coming year. That, of course, is your decision to make, but the modeling assumes that you start that process, in that scenario, that you start that process this coming year.
Well, that's not my question. My question is how long is this a 3-year adaptive management plan, or is this what we're advocating for the next decade?
Our presumption was, so if I just go back to our policy was to implement partial actions during the transition, review those at the end of the transition, which is the process we're in now, and then determine if there's adaptive management for the future. The long term in the policy currently is simply defined as 2017 and beyond. So our assumption has been it would be in there until the commission took some action to change it, but we're not presuming a specific end date or anything else. It would be as presented to you right now. It would simply be a replacement. There's a policy in place currently that goes in from 2017 and beyond if you don't take any action, and it doesn't have an expiration date other than if you choose to put one in. And so this was simply a replacement for that. So we didn't presume any expiration date or anything else.
Mr. Chair, does that give you and the commission enough wiggle room in negotiation with Washington State?
Well, I think we need to discuss that with Washington State, whether there's a sunset or whatever. But I think we should have further discussions about that as this commission.
I have one more question. If you guys go back to page 16, it's a minor major point. Help me understand the use of the word higher. I don't know how to quantify higher conservation, and I don't know how to quantify higher economic returns.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Atkinson. So higher, I guess, is a purposefully relative term. So higher than, on a higher conservation performance here means higher than the other options laid out. So higher than a no policy, higher than a full implementation of the policy, higher than the positive ex-vessel value. This is the version that allows us to do the most towards removing those hatchery fish that we've been able to, sort of think about. A higher economic return.
Before you, sorry. Very specifically in this alternative, it is because of the scenarios you see before you, it's the one we believe would allow us to remove the most hatchery Chinook tules in one case, and probably to some extent hatchery coho from the lower Columbia River in some sort of a targeted fashion that would help reduce proportion of hatchery fish on the spawning grounds. So that is the specific thing we're referencing when we mention that. And it's relative to the other scenarios. I mean, could you find some other way to do it? Possibly, yes, but that's what that specific line is referencing. And then the other.
And then higher economic returns for the region over no or full policy is just that. If you look at sort of, I guess, the combined local personal income impact row in the handouts, you can kind of see that the no policy is about 34.8. The freeze transition is about 36.5. So sorry, I said higher than no or full. So the full implementation would be 33.6, and the no policy was 34.8. So it's higher than those two potential options, the overall economic returns to the region, based on the economic multipliers.
Commissioner Buckmaster.
Thank you, gentlemen. I would like to join my colleagues in thanking you for the work. I have 3 requests as we move forward with gaining information. I always suspected that the $40 angler trip was a number that was way too low. It just didn't make sense, so thank you on that. I am concerned about how accurate we are on the economic base for commercial, and would ask that you discuss with Gunnar Knapp, University of Alaska, the fisheries economist there, because he has specifically worked on local rural fisheries to gain multipliers. I don't know exactly where he's at, but he's probably both he and the McDowell group up in Seattle. So I'd like those to be considered as we move forward. I'd also like you to clearly define, echoing Commissioner Atkinson, that this conservation, a lot of what we're reading in the popular press is the issue of conservation being a saving of ESA-listed fish, threatened, endangered fish through the policy. And what I'm hearing from you guys is that this is actually the conservation accrual benefits here are removing our objective to remove. And I think there's some confusion in the public.
Sure.
So I think we need to have that fully fleshed out. And the last thing is kind of a question. It looks to me like as I read through this, the angler trips on virtually all of these options range from 420,000 up to 425. Starting, and we started at 350,000. So there is very little difference between the different models that we have here on angler trips, but they are all of immense benefit over the 350 we started at. If I'm reading that right, if I'm not, please correct me.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, There is definitely an increase over that Appendix C base value of 350,000, but I would say similar to the ex-vessel value. As you recall, angler trips are highly dependent on run sizes, just as ex-vessel are, and so I think it's more appropriate to compare really those bottom rows, because those scale up and down with run size.
So what should we be comparing? I'm sorry, I missed.
Well, they're all in there to compare to, but if you're looking at sort of the percentage based on what you would think no policy versus a rebalance or a freeze transition, that sort of second to bottom row for both angler trips and for ex-vessel value, in my opinion.
Follow-up? Okay. All right. Any others, Commissioners? I have a question. We're obviously at the end of the transition. The outliers you have on the chart reflect 70-30, 80-20, because that's what we used before. Is there any distinctive analysis for a 25-75 split? Have you looked at that or thought about that? And is it meaningful, or is it just such a small benefit or change that it doesn't really meet our objectives?
Let me, if I could, Chair Finley, ask a clarifying question so we can make sure we get you the best answer. You've got an 80-20 fundamental foundation in what we call in the full policy implementation model outputs. And then we've got one that's got a freeze transition at the recent 70-30 split. Are you asking, is there quick math for something in between? I mean, we could certainly
And is it
run.
meaningful? I mean, does it
Meaningful or not, I think is going to be up to some level of subjectivity, but I mean, I think you could essentially look at the two versions you have and kind of eyeball in between them for your own purposes. If you'd like us to run that in some fashion, we could certainly do that. But I think you can do some of that with your eye. It'll be somewhere in between.
Yeah, if it's not too burdensome, I'd like to see it, and I'm sure maybe the commissioners would like to know what the effect is.
So is that a request for a 75-25 in all 3 seasons?
Yes.
And using which gears in all 3 seasons? Are you asking for just do the transition period as it's been fished, but at a 75-25?
Yeah.
Okay, we can do that.
Commissioner Buckman.
I have one more request. I would like, Tucker, can you grab this? I'm going to pass this down. I was asked to introduce at least the idea that from a local ocean health advocate talking about increased use of certain select areas on whether or not long-term it was of benefit from an ocean health issue. I told her I didn't know a great deal about that, but that I would submit it to staff for their consideration as they look forward. I know it's already complicated enough, but I'd at least like you to read it, and maybe at some point, sometimes I think we fail in the immediacy of what we have to do to look at long-term issues, and this is one of those cases. So thank you for your consideration.
And Chair Finley and Commissioner Buckmaster, we'll definitely take a look at that. I know we have, one of the issues we've put on our list to follow up on is ecological concerns and some of the requests for expanded sites as well. So this isn't out of the realm of things we're already kind of looking at.
Okay. Commissioners? All right. Director Melcher, thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Good work. Thanks for all the efforts.
I just had a comment. Can we get some copies of the material that was just given to us so that the public can at least see what we were handed and they can
Yeah, we can do that.
understand it?
The model outputs and things are actually on the front table. I do not know if they've been posted to the meeting materials, but I assume they probably will be. So.
No, I was talking about just the sheet that Bruce passed down.
Oh, that one.
That
I'm
was the
sorry.
only one.
Yeah, we'll take care of that. Oh, great. Yes.
Commissioner Woolley.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, my apologies for my late arrival. I also just wanted to thank Chris, Tucker, and John for the additional updated information. I was one of the commissioners that requested that, in our last meeting, and I know that we weren't sure if you could do it. You're going to give it your best, and you pulled a lot together. So I share my commissioner's appreciation for that additional work this past month. Thank you.
We'll see
Thanks.
you in about 3 or 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Very good. Well, Commissioners, that, and Chair Finley, that brings us to our public forum for the day, and we have a number of folks signed up here to speak to you on a number of issues not on the agenda. So I'm hoping that they're all here and waiting anxiously. Our first, we'll call them up, these two together. They're here to talk about the same issue, that is hunting Oregon big game over bait sites. Mr. Tom Repko and Mr. Chris Stewart, are you here? Come on up. 3 minutes each?
Mm-hmm.
Does it matter where?
No, gentlemen?
No.
Whatever seat looks good.
And just, we'll have, the chair is allocating 3 minutes per public forum commenter today, so you have a timer here. We'll have you on a timer for 3 minutes, so.
Okay.
Tell us your name and your address, and we'll get going.
Thomas Repko. I live at 2080 Cherry Knoll Road in Dallas, Oregon. I thank you for the opportunity to address this group. So I guess with 3 minutes, I better get right to it. So reading what I submitted initially was, over the past couple of decades, I have been discovering more and more baited hunting stands which violate my hunting ethic and belief in fair chase. Some have been permanent, with spikes driven into the trees. Many are ladder tree stands and many ground blinds, both made from surrounding foliage and commercially offered pop-up type. In my younger days, I preferred to hunt the deep wilderness and high mountains, but as with most of us, my age is slowing me down and decreasing my mobility. This year, during a week and a half hunting in the North Fork John Day Wilderness area, I discovered a hunting stand baited with an unidentified brown sugary-looking substance, and it was later identified by a horse camp occupant as being his party site. He also described his 4 other baited stands in the area. To escape the concentration of people and their questionable hunting technique, I decided to move to the National Forest east of Ukiah, where off-road motorized vehicle travel is restricted. While in that area, I became alarmed and frustrated with the numerous baited hunting sites that all had recent major evidence of motorized vehicle traffic to them. Several had major trails cut through heavy new growth. Those locations suggest motorized vehicles had been used to carry in heavy tree stands, ground blind equipment, and bait into the remote habitat areas. Bait included apples, salt blocks, an unknown brown sugary-looking substance, and meat styrofoam wrappers, which obviously were intended for something other than deer and elk. All the stands had trail cameras likely to identify visitation trends. While hunting, I heard an ATV, but was not able to catch up to it to identify the operator. Of the 6 baited sites that I discovered in the National Forest, 2 of the baited stands were occupied at the time I found them. If that hunting technique was illegal, those hunters could have been identified. In 1994, Oregon Measure 18 was introduced and carried forward by non-hunting organizations, and it was passed. It made hunting for bears using bait illegal. That measure was supported likely due to the outrage of many non-hunters and hunters alike. I believe that the measure fell short of the desired intent of reestablishing the fair chase aspect of our hunting heritage. Perhaps the organizers and likely many of our voters did not realize that hunting over big game, deer and elk, over baited sites was not illegal and apparently common. I hope to correct this possible oversight and make hunting all big game more ethical and more aligned with the concept of fair chase, which is also greatly advocated by at least 2 of the America's major hunting organizations. From Pope and Young's website homepage, they say, simply defined, fair chase is an ethical, sportsmanlike, and lawful pursuit of free-ranging wild game animals in a manner which does not give the hunter an improper or unfair advantage over the animal. Nearly identical to Pope and Young is the Boone and Crockett's hunting ethics webpage. They also indicate, quote, the ethic, sportsmanlike, and lawful pursuit of taking of any free-ranging wild native North American big game animal in a manner that does not give the hunter an improper advantage over such animals. I encourage the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife to prohibit hunting big game over bait sites. It will preemptively lessen the chances of anti-hunting groups rallying to further campaign and chip away at our hunting privileges. I also believe it will lessen the motivation for illegal motor vehicle operation in restricted areas.
You're out of time, sir. I gave you an extra 50 seconds.
I have some more time?
I'll give you just a little sum up, okay, because this is of interest to the commission, but you're over time.
Okay, well, quickly, I was researching, and on ODFW's site, they address the well-intentioned people often feed deer and elk and other wildlife without realizing the problems feeding can create. And their first bullet is artificial feeding concentrates wildlife, which leads to easier spread of disease and parasites and easier take by predators, man being the ultimate predator. Can I go on?
No, I think that's good. We got the sense of it. Thank you.
May I approach? I have some paperwork for you guys.
Sure.
And Tom, if you have written, did you provide written testimony as well? Because we will distribute that to the commission if you did.
I provided the section that I read.
Okay.
I've also found out 47 or 48 of the contiguous states have laws on their books in preventing, making it illegal to hunt over baited sites.
Okay.
Yeah, Director Meltzer, I did receive his
Okay.
letter in the mail.
Okay,
So
good.
I think we all did.
Yeah. Okay, Chris?
Good morning. My name's Chris Stewart. My address is 36607 Alder Branch Road. I'm located in Springfield, Oregon. I saw this gentleman's letter, and I do respect his ethics, but I also want to make sure that everybody knows that his ethics and my ethics are different. Okay? If this gentleman decides that he doesn't want to hunt over a salt lick in a tree stand, that's his choice. I might make the different choice. The neat thing is it's a choice. As far as fair chase is concerned on these animals, I like to use salt to take pictures. Or I'll take pictures under an apple tree. I also might hunt there. The neat part is the animals have the choice to whether or not they go there or not. They are free-ranging. They are not forced there. As far as Boone and Crockett is concerned, I gave you guys all a paper. This is the revised statute on their position on December 6, 2014. If you guys turn to the third page, Section 6. Section 6, the second paragraph reads quite clearly, the use of natural food or bait, food plots, or unnatural food attractants do not affect record book entry eligibility if such practices are legal in the state where the animals are harvested. The club acknowledges that baiting is an effective game management tool used by some agencies to manage certain species and protect human safety and property. Thirdly, and probably the most important, is I am a landowner here in the Willamette Valley. I do have about 40 or 50 elk that live in my place. It's probably just as many deer. I manage my land for wildlife. I have food plots. My neighbors are a warehouser on one side, and I have a big cattle rancher on the other side. The cattle rancher does not want these animals on his place, nor does Weyerhaeuser for that matter. The cattle rancher comes over with his tractors and plows my land. I put food plots in, and I have safety zones and watering areas to keep these animals on my land, so they're not tearing up his fences and competing for food with his cattle. So that is a benefit to someone who is not a non-hunter. And the last thing I'd like to say is, it's pretty safe to say the Oregon State Police Wildlife Division is overburdened and understaffed. I think if you folks were to make a decision like this to change the existing rules, it is going to cause a huge headache for the Oregon State Police to actually determine whether or not someone was shooting a deer standing in a food plot and being able to prove that in court. I think that would absolutely plug the court system up. That is my 2 cents, and I thank you guys for your time.
Okay, in fairness to your argument, you have a few seconds more if you'd like to take.
No, I told you I would not take very long.
All right, okay. Thank you both. Who else do we have?
Mr. Chair, next up we have Mr.
Oh, I'm
Car-
sorry. I forgot to ask if commissioners had any questions.
I did have a question, actually.
Chris, please. Commissioner Woolley.
So just for my own clarification, so in this section 6 that you referred to, it's talking about, bait or food plots in order to help, animals to move from one area to another. So I just wanted to, in reference to the other gentleman's testimony, is this also referring to specifically attracting an animal for hunting versus just simply for general management, moving populations from one place
I do
to
both.
another, in terms of impact on the land? So you're advocating for both?
What I'm advocating is I do hunt on my land.
Yeah.
And I do provide the best habitat for these animals
Right.
for hunting purposes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
That's just for me. But my neighbors, Warehouser and the cattle rancher next to me also benefit from what I'm doing.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, now, thank you.
Thank you.
gentlemen.
So next up is Mr. Carson Brown from the Traditional Archers of Oregon. He's coming up down here. Different one. Two got two different.
Chair Finley, members of the commission, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Carson Brown, Secretary, Traditional Archers of Oregon. TAO continues to invest in activities where we promote and instruct traditional equipment usage for peoples having strong interest in the longbow and recurve bow. As illustrated through TAO's sponsorship of the Oregon Archery Heritage Museum, just outside here, Oregon's incredibly rich bow hunting heritage rivals that of any state in the U.S. One of the original purposes for forming TAO is to ensure traditional equipment was not forgotten with the proliferation of modern archery equipment. That was 1984. Over the years, you've graciously listened to our previous testimonies where TAO has related how continued adoption of mechanical and technological improvements have greatly increased advantage to the hunter, and the overriding concern of our membership being continued loss of opportunity in the field. Today, I am providing testimony on behalf of the TAO committee charged with the objective to further the role of traditional archery as a management tool that would provide opportunity with minimizing resource impact. The committee members are experienced archery hunters with knowledge of big game regulations and Oregon archery history. The major objectives outlined by the committee: number one, recognize and grow traditional archers as a user group, and that our choice in equipment provides more opportunity with less resource impact. Number two, to support that notion, add archery tackle details to the mandatory hunter reporting system. For example, do you use compound bow or recurve longbow? Number three, introduce historic traditional archery opportunities from the 1970s, such as the Pine Grove deer hunt and Mount Emily deer and elk, to provide a quality archery hunting experience for those willing to take the challenge. Number four, further the definition of traditional archery equipment for use in historic traditional archery opportunities as referenced in the TAO equipment policy. Number five, hunt tag equivalency with long overdue recognition that traditional archery is to modern archery as muzzleloaders are to modern rifles. Realizing we cannot provide specifics in this testimony, please reference the attached concepts. What we are requesting today is allocation of staff resources to work directly with the committee to develop regulation specifics, which will further the recognition of traditional archery. We firmly believe the result will be a long-term win-win for Oregon archery hunters, the resource itself, and ODFW tag permit generated revenue. Our goal is to incorporate developed regulations as early as 2017 big game regulation release. And 4 TAO committee members: Kevin Thompson, Mike Treat, Walt Miller, Rich Thompson, Jim Atkinson, and Chuck Lindy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Weber.
Carson, have traditional bow hunters had any interaction with the Oregon bow hunters to see what their thoughts are on these proposals?
Commissioner Weber, I can't, I am not sure. I know there's been interaction with Traditional Archers of Oregon. Our organization has interacted quite a bit with Oregon bow hunters. Chuck, who I believe is giving testimony as well today, is active in Oregon bow hunters and can speak to that. But we have quite a few members who are also members of Oregon bow hunters. I'm not sure what the response to these suggestions, proposals are from ODH.
Okay. Any others? Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thanks.
Thanks, Carson. And Mr. Chair, it looks like we have a couple other folks signed up on a very similar, if not identical, item. So I'm going to skip down the list to Mr. Chuck and Tony Lindy, if they're here.
Chair Finley, Commissioners, Director, staff, my name is Chuck Lind, and this is my wife, Tony Lind. We're from La Pine, Oregon, and we're here to talk on two subjects. I wanted to talk on TAO's proposal for Pine Grove. I am a life member of Oregon Bow Hunters, and I'm a life member of Traditional Archers. And the reason I did not talk to OBH about this, because the reason why is we're asking for a unit that nobody else, we're not asking for anybody else's unit that they're hunting. We're asking for a unit for traditional. So I didn't think I had to go to Oregon Bow Hunters on that, because we are not asking for anything they have. It's a separate unit. It's a Pine Grove. I hunted in the 60s and 70s, and I'll tell you what, it was an awesome hunt. And I'd like my wife to talk a little bit, if she will. She's kind of bashful, but...
Well, I have to say that Pine Grove was the first bow hunting unit that I ever hunted in, and it was the most exciting hunting I ever had. There was snow everywhere. There were deer everywhere. My arrows were everywhere, and we spent a lot of time just finding my arrows in the snow, and he would be sharpening my broadheads, and I'd shoot them again. But I did improve with concentration, and I did get a couple bucks out of there in time.
Anyway, it's like we're saying, we're not asking for anybody else's unit. We're asking for a traditional unit with a recurve and longbow to hunt this area. And the tags would be decided by you, and how many. And so the next subject, I better get off this. The next subject is I would like to take a point and talk to Director Melcher. I think that I worked with Dr. Donaldson, Bob Stein in the old days in Portland when I had an archery shop. I had an archery shop for 13 years there. And I want to tell you, Mr. Melcher, I am so impressed with you that I got to get choked up a little bit. But anyway, I think you're doing a great job. And since Dr. Donaldson, I don't think there's been a director as good as what you're doing starting out with. And I'm really impressed. And the hunters in Oregon need to really support you. Thank you. Is there any questions?
Commissioners, any questions?
Just a question maybe for Director Melcher. Has there been discussion within the department about a separate traditional unit for traditional bow hunters? Could you address that?
Sure. And before I do that, I got to say, Chuck, you can come back in our public forum anytime.
If I can keep it straight.
After that, I really feel bad about mispronouncing your last name. So
Hey, don't feel bad. Everybody calls me. It doesn't matter.
So I really appreciate
it.
But
I do mean what I say. And I think your staff and Ben is really good, too. Corey Heath is doing a great job.
Good. Okay. Thanks.
I'm done.
So we do have a number of traditional archery hunts right now. We have been talking, and I actually met with Carson Brown here, I don't know, maybe a month or so ago on the very same issue. And I think, I guess I can turn the clock off here, right? I think I got all flustered with these words of compliment. But when, from the department's perspective, we're always interested in particular in what we would consider kind of the growth opportunity for hunting. And we definitely I see traditional archery as perhaps a growth opportunity for us over the long term. Very recently, one of the things we don't know, though, is we don't have tackle-specific harvest rates or participation rates in our archery seasons. So we're actually working right now with the Archery Trade Association. Oregon is one of the states that they have selected, and they are going to be doing a detailed survey of our archery tag holders and one of the things they're going to be talking with them about is the type of archery tackle they use and success rates. And so it is something that's on our agenda for consideration over the longer term, or shorter term, actually. But.
Commissioner Aikenson.
You mentioned the historic Pine Grove hunt. Could you tell us what years was that active, and when did it cease to be an archery-specific area?
Holly, all right, I might not be exactly correct, but it was in the 60s. I think it was 69 to 73 or 4. Holly, I don't remember exactly, but that's the time, and then they eliminated that hunt. But we'd sure like to have it back.
Commissioner Weber.
Chuck, I'm trying to figure this out. You're saying you're asking for something that nobody else has. Are you asking for this hunt in a different time because the area you're talking about is open for general archery season?
Yes, Bob, I guess you're right. I missed that. I'd like it for a late hunt. That's what it used to be, was a December hunt. And there's the only thing I know that has a hunt in there is rifle has a hunt before that, and we were after the rifle before, and I consider in December. I'm glad you brought that up, Bob. I plain missed that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Buckmaster.
Thank you. This is more of a request to the director regarding, as we look at individual hunts and differing methods of hunting and times, we end up looking at, I get focused on an individual time, and lose track of what Commissioner Weber was talking about. What are all the hunts, youth hunts, archery hunts, all the different hunts that are going on? And honestly, I don't have a concept or a visual on. So I would ask that as we look at these individuals, that somehow we can have a comprehensive image of what hunting looks like, harvest looks like of our big game animals in Oregon. Something that you can help at least this commissioner through that. So, but thank you very much.
So, Commissioner Buckmaster, for clarification, are you talking by all means of take or just archery?
I think all means of take is because I honestly get confused. Early seasons, late seasons, what types of gear are being used, and what is the overall harvest? When we start, are we up? Are we down? I mean, when we're in our communities, I hear things like those damn blank, whatever it happens to be. They're taking so many more, and honestly, I can't even talk to them.
Okay.
So.
We certainly have those statistics.
Okay, that would be helpful. Thank you,
You bet.
Mr. and Mrs. Lynn, for coming.
Next up, Mr. Chair, Christopher Marley would like to speak with you about Ballot Measure 100, which was the recently passed Wildlife Trafficking Act.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Chris Marley. I run a unique company called Pheromone, actually a couple blocks down the road. I employ a couple dozen artists. I'm an artist myself, and I go around the world and have for the last 20 years and find rare, interesting natural artifacts, animal, vegetable, mineral, and we make artwork out of them and we sell to prestigious retail locations all over the country and all over the world. So I am very familiar with federal U.S. Fish and Wildlife law, with international laws and conservation laws. I know next to nothing about state wildlife laws because it doesn't generally affect our importations and our exports. However, Oregon's new Measure 100, which was the Oregon Wildlife Trafficking Prevention Act, looks like it will impact us, and there are some concerns about this new law. It seems vague, it has some contradictions in it, and for whatever reason, although purported and sold as a kind of a support to federal wildlife conservation methods or laws with regards to endangered species, it lumps in all species of sharks and rays as prohibited trade in Oregon, and that takes it from basically, rhino horns and ivory and the trafficking in endangered species, and adds about 600 species of common fish to general prohibitions within the state of Oregon. This is problematic for my business. I can't imagine mine is the only one, although our business is quite unique. So I wanted to bring this up and kind of get on the ground floor. I know that the commission, or I understand the commission, hasn't even begun to discuss the implementation or enforcement of this law. There are some opportunities within the law, some exemptions that I mean, for our business should, I would imagine, exempt us. One is
It's on page 4.
I'm sorry, I don't have the law with me, but one is the exemption of species as long as they are expressly authorized by federal wildlife law or federal officers, and I would imagine that legal importation of the species we work with would exempt us. Just by way of explanation, what I do is I go to tropical fish markets in different parts of the world, and we will overnight, a crate of exotic seafood that is common and just a culinary offering, but we make it into something beautiful, and we want to obviously keep doing that. So my request would be that as the commission considers how to implement this law, that legally imported non-protected species would continue to be available to be purchased and or sold in the state of Oregon. And I think that should be, even within the law, it should be basically allowed as long as those species are imported legally and cleared through U.S. Fish and Wildlife.
Okay. Commissioners? Commissioner Woolley.
Thank you. I just need to understand how you convert these species into art. What do you actually do with them?
There's with regards to the invertebrates, it's quite easy, and most of our invertebrates are caught. We have catchers all over the world, and my area of expertise is exotic insects. And so we do a lot with exotic insects, and we work with catchers all over the world. But with regards to all of our vertebrates, they're all reclaimed. So we don't hunt or fish anything. We basically get things mostly from importers and zoos and museums and breeders all over the country, for the most part, within the United States. So specimens that die of captivity of natural causes, I buy those specimens and we make beautiful artwork out of them. A lot of the vertebrates are freeze-dried, so we have kind of a freeze-dry operation, but we've cracked the code on a lot of different preservation conundrums, and actually have a lot of proprietary information that we've been able to develop in our creation of our work.
Okay, so they're crystallized, mummified, something
freeze-dried. They're generally, almost everything we do is wall art, so it's generally hermetically sealed in a three-dimensional shadow box frame, and then we sell them all over the.
I see. Okay, all right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioners, you get one visual on page 6. Let's see. Commissioner Anderson, you were next.
Thanks. Well, thank you for coming and testifying. Chris, we spoke on the phone yesterday briefly.
Yes, thank you.
I appreciated your desire to just learn how to best approach the commission. And I just want to say, I think this is an interesting example of how many different aspects of people that ODFW touches. It's not often we get artists before us, but, and I also just want to, you offered 2 solutions, and that's great. My understanding is that the department is also going to be working through how to deal with Measure 100, and I would hope that you would continue to stay engaged with the department. Usually it takes citizen input from, surely there will be commercial and sport fishers who are also going to be interested in how we define sharks and rays and so forth, so I hope that you would be part of that as we move forward?
I would love to, absolutely. And, there's also tropical fish importers. There's all kinds of aquarium importers that deal with in Oregon. There's other types of artisans that also would be affected. And I think that, I don't know if this was an unintended consequence of basically kind of a broad overarching list of common names, but within sharks and rays, to lump them in with elephants and rhinos and cheetahs is odd in the first place, because the vast majority of sharks and rays are common unprotected species, and listed as least concern in the IUCN Red List.
Thank you.
Commissioner Buckmaster.
Since we're talking about a statute rather than a rule, I'm curious where we actually come in on this, and maybe either you or the director could help me on it.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Finley and Commissioner Buckmaster. I think I want to hook Chris up with Chris Kern in the back of the room. I think he's still in the back of the room. Chris does does our federal fishery management work. Okay. We have a lot of questions, frankly, about ballot measure 100 and actually the implementation of it, not just from our resource side, but also from the enforcement side. I would encourage, but as you point out, it is a statute now, and so insofar, if there are fundamental aspects of the statute that are flawed, our ability to address those are obviously limited to advocating for change. So I would definitely encourage you. I'm not sure. Do you live in Newport?
I'm here in Salem.
Oh, you're in Salem. So I would definitely encourage you to hook up with your local legislator, your state representative, your state senator, to let them know of these issues.
Sure.
And then we can work both on the administrative side if we have to adopt rules to implement this, and then also if there's fundamental changes needed, that you could have an advocate for those changes. So I don't know if Steve Sanders wants to add anything.
I'd add to that, the commission will be involved because the measure does call for the commission to adopt rules to implement it. That will give the commission the authority by definition or by kind of filling in the ambiguities, and I think it's fair enough to say there are plenty of ambiguities that the commission will be called upon to resolve, if you can, by rulemaking.
Thank you. Thanks.
Commissioners, last time I had a little discussion in open session with the director about the forensic lab in Ashland. This is a perfect time, I think, if you mentioned maybe having a meeting in Klamath Falls. We could do a field trip on the dam removal and do the forensics in Ashland as a side trip maybe along the way, or however that works out. Because the relationship between those statements, and I was recently in the forensic lab, and there are swim bladders from fish that are illegally imported as Asian medicine, or like black bear gallbladders and that whole trade. And it becomes much more complicated when you now read that statute about just who, not speaking about you, sir, who might use that as a guise to continue importing. So the definitions and the enforcement are really going to be important. Okay.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
So last, Mr. Chair, last on the list of public forum speakers here today is Bob Reese, who signed up to talk to you about the Yaquina Bay roe herring fishery.
Please state your name and address for the record, Mr. Reese.
Good morning. My name is Bob Reese, P.O. Box 3208, Clackamas, Oregon, 97015. Chair Finley, members of the Commission, and Director Melcher, my name is Bob Reese, Executive Director of the Association of Northwest Steelheaders. You may be aware that the steelheaders have been working on preserving stocks of forage fish for nearly 7 years now. This commission, along with numerous conservation organizations like the steelheaders, have invested incredible resources into advocating for protections of unmanaged forage species. We now come to you with concerns for one of the most critically important forage species in Oregon's waters, the Pacific herring. It is our understanding that there may be a directed fishery for roe-laden herring in Yaquina Bay in the winter of 2017. The Commission has historically adopted the harvest quota for commercial roe herring fishery in Yaquina Bay at the January Commission meeting. If this is your intention to do so again in January 2017, next month, the Association of Northwest Steelheaders urges you to consider drastically dropping the allowable catch to no more than 5% of the available spawning biomass as established in the Yaquina River Basin Fish Management Operating Principles and Objectives described in OAR 635-500-0665. Amid the collapse of the West Coast sardine fishery, strong indications that the anchovy population is falling, and great uncertainty in the overall health of Pacific herring stocks, any directed fishery that allows more than a 5% removal rate sets a dangerous precedent for future fisheries and goes against some of the basic principles of recent actions this Commission has taken on forage species. California often allows for the removal of around 5% of the spawning biomass from San Francisco Bay. To allow for any more than that in these uncertain times when salmon populations are trending downward and ocean conditions are uncertain could further compromise the integrity of the stock of this fish and an entire food web dependent on its abundance. Please navigate this decision with conservation as priority one. Oregon's valuable salmon and other predator species fisheries are at stake. And I'd like to also remind the Commission that, I don't know if it was a Commission action or agency action, but the cease of the anchovy fishery in the lower Columbia River in the early fall months was an indication that the agency does have concern with forage fish stocks. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, any questions? Teresa, I have one. How many members in Northwest Steelheaders do you have in Oregon?
We have 1,600 members total, 12 chapters, including one in Southwest Washington.
Okay. Well, how many in Oregon?
Probably about 1,400.
Okay, so it's a stronger base in Oregon than it is in Idaho or Washington. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
I had a quick
Oh,
question.
sorry, I missed you, Commissioner Atkinson.
And I don't know if you have the answer to this or if Kurt does, but what % of the spawning biomass in recent years have we been allowing for harvest in Yaquina Bay?
Chair Finley and Commissioner Atkinson, I don't believe we've had a roe herring fishery for many years in Yaquina Bay based on stock abundance. I think we have, and I think Steve Sanders is actually looking it up right now, but I think we have the criteria for setting that fishery as well as the allowable biomass removal rate in rule. And am I recollecting that correct, Maggie? So I'm getting nods from Maggie. So we have that in rule, but we have not had a fishery there in, I want to say, at least a decade, but maybe longer.
And we're considering one for this next year?
That I don't know. We look at it every year, look at the abundance every year, and consider whether it's appropriate to have a fishery or not.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Atkinson, when I investigated this last year, the historic upper benchmark for removal of roe-laden herring in Yaquina Bay is 20%. And that is a percentage that's somewhat adopted worldwide as removing 20% of the biomass in certain fisheries. That was the previous benchmark that has historically been examined by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And as I mentioned, California has an upper ceiling of 10%, but they typically exercise between 2 and 5% removal rate for that fishery.
Okay, any others? Thank you, Mr. Reese.
Might be that we said it and they didn't finish that. Okay, well, Mr. Chair, that concludes the director's report. It is 9:30 a.m. roughly. Apologies for the long report today, but had a lot of important business and heard some good testimony from the public. In particular, Chuck and Tony Lind.
Particularly Chuck, right?
Yeah, you're shameless.
So anyway, that takes us to our regular agenda. So I'm handing the gavel, or handing the agenda off to you.
All right. Okay, commissioners. I think we'll work hard this morning. Take your breaks as necessary when you need to, and we'll just stay right on the course of the agenda. We'll begin with Exhibit A. We are tasked with commission meetings, the approval of the draft June 9th and 10th, and the August 5th and November 9th of 2016 minutes, which we all received copies of. Are there any omissions, comments, or corrections other than grammatical?
So I believe it was for June and August. This agenda just says June and there's no motion.
I have my old one here.
The June and August.
June, August, and November. I'll correct it then, okay.
What are you looking at?
Oh, yeah. We don't have 9, we just.
Okay, that's what I was
Yeah,
looking
'cause-
here.
Yeah, I just, there was something that was bugging me. I couldn't figure it out. Okay, looking at your, Commissioner Weber.
Okay.
If nobody has any questions regarding the minutes or corrections or additions, I would move that we adopt the minutes of June 9th, June 10th, and August 5th of 2016.
Okay,
I second that.
okay, it's been moved and seconded that we adopt the commission meetings of June 9th and 10th and August 5th. All in favor indicate, oh, we need a second.
Aikenson
No,
seconded.
Oh, that's right, okay. That's right, Bob, you read it. Okay, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. All right. We're back. Yep, we're back on to Columbia River Fisheries Reform, Exhibit B. Mr. Bowles, Chris Kern, and Tucker Jones.
Chair Finley, this is a pretty quick presentation, so we thought we could spare you the crowd at the front table. At least I thought we could. Let me see here. As soon as I can figure out how to make this work. Come on. Okay. Okay. So, as you recall, at the last hearing on November 9th, the Commission discussed moving off another month the consideration of the overall policy rulemaking for Columbia reform that we discussed a little bit in the Director's report. A lot of those policy changes were already in rule, or are already in rule, to take effect on January 1, which would precede your next meeting. And so we discussed the bringing rules forward to move those dates all out by a month. And so what we've done is prepared some draft OARs that achieve that. And basically they take all of the allocation shifts that are scheduled in rule to occur on January 1 and move them to February 1. And so you've got that in your agenda item summary. I think hopefully it's pretty clear. I don't have a lot more detail to go over with you in the presentation itself. So I guess questions, we've got our recommendation in front of you and the OARs in your attachment 3. I can answer any questions if you have them.
Commissioners, well, we have some public testimony. We'll come back to you.
Does this also, just
Okay. We have 6 people signed up for testimony. We'll begin our first panel of 3. Tom Wolf, Jim Wells, and Kent Martin. You gentlemen will please come up. Tom, we'll start with you, if you'd state your name and address for the record.
Chair Finley, Commissioner members, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Tom Wolf, the Executive Director of the Oregon Council of Trout Unlimited. I've already testified on this before, but I'm a great believer in repetitive testimony, so I'll do this again. Trout Unlimited was founded, which is a cold water conservation group here in the United States with 160,000 members in the United States and 3,500 members in Oregon. Trout Unlimited was founded in 1959 by 7 people on a cabin in the Osabo River with the express purpose of stopping the stocking of hatchery trout in rivers in Michigan, which they did. A key part of our fishery message is the use of barbless hooks, because barbless hooks allows you to better release fish and increase the mortality as you release fish, both to catch them again and protect wild endangered ESA listed species. So you see where I'm going with this. Trout Unlimited opposes the removal of the barbless hook requirement on the Willamette and other areas proposed by ODFW staff. We believe that a key part of this plan is to protect wild Chinook and other species from harvest. I know that in the great debate on removal of gill nets and the use of seine nets, thing driving that is protecting the wild fish from harvest and handling that could have a negative impact and increase the mortality of those fish. Well, we think that's great. We support that. We support whichever way they're going at. But I think it's hypocritical to require the gill net industry to use safe handling and not do the same thing with recreational fishing. I have used barbless hooks now for close to 45 years, and I've never discovered that I can always land fish, and I'm not, certainly anybody that has ever watched me fish knows that I'm not the greatest fisherman in the world. So Trout Unlimited, and I will continue to repeat this message, says that we should keep barbless requirements in the Willamette. We believe both with the wild Chinook that return to that fish and the ESA listed upper winter steelhead, it is important to protect those species because barbless cuts the time of handling, because studies show that it is easier to remove a hook when it's barbless than when it's barbed, and it increases the time, then decreases the time of handling. And handling time and keeping them in the water are the best way of improving the mortality rates for those fish. So thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Tom. Jim?
Yeah, my name is Jim Wells from Astoria, here representing Salmon for All. I'm also a commercial fisherman. I had testimony all set up for today, but once I walked in this morning and saw what was laid on the table, I have to change it, and it's got me off guard here. First of all, this document produced by the state is what we were working on for economic value before. It's a basis for our whole model runs. $40 per angler trip, 1.88 multiplier for the commercials. And I admit I thought the $40 recreational was a low number, but I said nothing because I felt the 188 for the commercial was a low number. I know it is. Now we come in and we're looking at magically an increase to $65 for the rec industry and cutting us down to 1.4. That's appalling. And it's done with no prior notice. We walk in, and here it is. So we absolutely cannot accept that. And it's put us into a situation now where we have to go hire an economist and protect ourselves. I've been in fishery politics in Alaska and here for a long time. There's a guy in Gunner Knapp in Alaska. He's the go-to guy for fisheries politics, and they all talk two times or up to 2.2. The McDowell Group in Puget Sound, Hans Rodke in Oregon. Nobody accepts a 1.4 multiplier in a rural fishery like ours. We're all local people that live there. The dollars we make stay in that community. I was surprised you guys, another issue, I was surprised you guys didn't ask them. They got all these new model runs, and nobody asked them if these NOAA cuts, Mitchell-Act NOAA cuts, are factored into those runs. Obviously, we don't know what those are. So all these model runs they're showing you is nothing but pure speculation. And one example in those runs is our SAB fishery, Select Area Brights. They're saying 1.4 million smolts released. Those are high-value fish for us. And last year they took 600,000 eggs for brood stock. If they can turn 600,000 eggs to 1.4 million smolts, I'll give them a lot of credit. And this year they didn't do much better on egg take. The discussion with one of the NOAA people yesterday, and they're hesitant to say too much, but we can pretty well be rest assured that SAB program's going away. Those are rogue river stock that don't belong in the Columbia Basin. They're a big part of our economics in selects, and by probably 20 or 21, they're on their way out, and they don't mention that. Got a lot more, but I'm out of time, I guess.
We'll get back to you. You just...
Okay. I have a
wrote down
model
some
for our
questions.
fishery, too, if you guys are interested in what we'd like to see.
Yeah. No, I wrote down some questions. I'm sure the other commissioners did.
Okay, well, thank you.
So stay there. Kent?
Yeah, I'm Kent Martin, Commissioners, a commercial fisherman from Skamakawe, Washington. I wanted to comment on the use of pursanes in Zone 4 and 5. I think it's a recipe for a major disaster. It's going to be huge conflicts with users, water skiers, sailboats, jet sleds, people that really have no conflict with commercial fishing other than the fact in those warm summer afternoons they're going to be out there. And I can bet you that there's going to be somebody get killed eventually. Somebody's going to get flipped over in a seine cork line, and they're going to be asking, what's that guy doing out there? I think it's very, very bad. I think you will run up against all kinds of conflicts. The bottom three zones, and in some terminal areas, pocket seining or something, maybe that's another story. I do believe that any kind of a mindless sport priority is just utterly incompatible with what the HSRG has said with regard to hatchery surpluses. And I think that's the reason you have the Wild Fish Conservancy lawsuit. I think it's just the opening wedge. I think steelhead, spring chinook, all of your hatchery stocks below Bonneville are going to be in serious jeopardy, your hatchery programs, unless we're really concentrating on find some ways to slurp up these big surpluses instead of fish fights. I also firmly believe, and this is my personal opinion, but I think most of us in the industry believe that if we go away, you will have the tribes down here. And believe me, they won't be stooging around out there a couple of days a week. Something has got to happen if you're going to save those commercial, those lower river hatcheries, and by inference, a big chunk of your ocean fishery on the Oregon and Washington coast. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Commissioners, any questions of this panel? Commissioner Buckmaster.
Jim, you said you had an idea of what you thought might be a workable plan. Can you sum it up for us fairly quickly?
was put some notes together on what we see, what it would entail for us to have a viable fishery. Like I said, you caught me off guard with this and got me kind of flustered. Sorry. I was thinking about it last night and I wrote a few things down. First off, all user groups must embrace the concept of sharing. No one group deserves 100% of any particular run unless others are willing to trade their shares. It's difficult to nail down impact shares on each mainstem fishery until safe cuts are made public and future values can be potentially calculated. That's the paper I gave you, this one. It's showing all the safe area hatcheries that are on the block to be cut. And I added them up, 6.2 million Thule smolts and over 4.6 million coho smolts. And coho and sabs are our money fish. So that's on the block right now. And none of the models they showed you takes any of that into consideration. Heavy lifting's been done on what we need for a fishery. I gave you the color charts last time. It was this one right here. I have some more copies of them here, but I didn't hand them out. Anyway, you have that. The bottom box shows a positive gain for us. That's just one idea. To have a viable enhanced commercial fisheries, any of the models that show a gain for us show a commercial fishery in all the main stem seasons. Spring, tangle nets with our recovery boxes and our selective gear that we've developed. An excessive buffer on us right now on the commercial industry, we have a 40% buffer on us while the sport has a 20%. And the 40% buffer forces us to use a gill net, a standard gill net, in May, when if we just used our tangle net and our boxes had a 20% buffer that's equivalent to the sport buffer, we could go out like we've done traditionally and fish in late March, early May, fish probably 2 periods, maybe 3 periods, get our share of the fish and get out. And it's a perfect fishery because there's a high mark rate, it's cold water, and there's no bycatch. We work around the steelhead. We need to be there in the spring, but we need to be there in a time where they don't want a commercial gill net there. We don't have to use it. You got to reduce the buffer equal to the sport so we can operate our tangle nets. In the summer, I see they've relented today and put up some sort of a big mesh gill net season, but that wasn't on the table before today. It's a non-listed run of fish. There's a 6 weeks time period those fish are moving through. And for instance, last year, or this year in 16, we were out there for 16 hours. We had 2 8-hour periods. Those fish tanks that threw for 6 weeks were out there for 16 hours. What kind of damage can we do? We got our fish and we got out. About 3,000 Chinook, high value fish. In 15, we had 3 periods. We fished a total of 32 hours and we got 4,000 high value Chinook out of it. No impact on the steelhead to appreciable impact with a big mesh net. And like I said, the salmon are moving through for 6 weeks. We need to be there. And in the fall, a big mesh Chinook fishery in zones 4 and 5, maybe in the lower river, if need be. Coho tangle net, like they're talking about. And there may be times when we need to use a traditional 6-inch gill net on big runs of silvers. So to wrap it up, we need a commercial fishery in each run, unless it's going to be traded off for something else with the rec industry through negotiations. And you got to have some reason. You got to accept sharing.
Okay. Commissioner Atkinson.
You mentioned, and this is for Jim Wells, concern about what might happen with production in the lower river relative to NOAA and the Mitchell Act lawsuit. Could you tell us what specific strains would be impacted by that?
I have a sheet that came from NOAA, and I handed it to you guys. I guess it's from NOAA. It was a state issue. It shows on the Tules, Clascanai Fall Chinook, Big Creek, Tule Chinook, Deep River, Safe Fall Chinook. In discussions with them, they won't say a lot about what's going to happen. There's going to be some fish cut, some fish transferred around. But Big Creek's the big one, 3.1 million. They told me it's going to take some significant cuts. And what that means, by significant, I don't know. But that is a select area. Guys fish right in there where those fish are returning. And yes, they're Tules, they're lower value fish. But there's a percentage of those, when caught early enough, that cut bright, and they get up to $3 a pound for them, even though they are a Tule. But most of them go for 50, 60 cents a pound. So they're not a high dollar fish for us, but they have implications on us being able to access our upriver brights up in zones 4 and 5. You got to have Tules to drive your bright fishery. So any cuts there really upsets the ocean, and it's going to be detrimental for us. And then on the coho, that's a bigger one because that's a high dollar fish for us. You got Clascanai coho, Safe coho, Deep River Safe, and Big Creek coho. And those total up, and then your Bonneville coho, but just the four total up to 4.6 million smolts. And they don't know. They're talking about transferring some fish above Bonneville, possibly. That would take them out of our select areas. And I've heard from several people that Deep River fishery in the Washington side's in great jeopardy. That's about all they'll say. That's not looking good for Deep River. And that's the only actual functional select area Washington has, is Deep River. Their Calf-Willamette Channel experiment failed, and now they're talking about going into Coal Creek. And Robert Sudar's coming up later. He lives right by Coal Creek. He could talk to you about that. So yeah, it's a significant player. And like I said, none of that is included in these models they just showed you today. Those are all speculation about what might happen.
Okay. Anyone else? Jim, you mentioned something about, and I don't expect you to identify in person the source, about the risk of the Rogue River stock. And would you explain that a little bit more for the commission? The loss of the Rogue River stock, what's behind that? I think you alluded to someone in NOAA or National Marine Fisheries. We don't need to have attribution.
Yes, I have had contact with them about that. And John North is here today. He could tell you that started way back. They were moving 5-gallon buckets of eggs in a pickup from the Rogue River up to Young's Bay. It was Duncan Law's vision, how to get some bright fish into Young's Bay, some high-value stuff, because the salmon in there are Tules. So that's how it started. And it takes a long, long time. John could tell you, he was an intern down in Astoria when that started. And, you know, it could take 25 years to get a program like that established and get it returning. So I guess Mr. Bowles is projecting that if those go away, maybe we'll fill the gap with Lewis River fish. Well, will they even stop there since they're hardwired for the Lewis River? Will they take? How long is it going to take to get that up to where it's producing some actual money? These projects just don't happen overnight. And the conversations I've had with them is you could be looking out towards 2021 or so, and you're likely to see the end, because those are not a Columbia Basin stock. They're at the head of the hit list because they really don't belong in the Columbia Basin. They're from the Rogue River.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for the opportunity. We appreciate it.
All right. Next panel, Robert Sudar, Bryce Divine, diving, and Brian McLaughlin. Robert, we'll start with you, please. Name and address for the record.
Bryce? Okay. I'll start with me? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry, misheard. Rob Sudar from Longview. I'm a commercial advisor and a buyer on the river. I've been a commercial advisor for the Columbia River since the late 1980s, back when food, fish, and Washington were managed by the Department of Fisheries, not the Wildlife Commission. There weren't even endangered species to deal with then. Spring Chinook harvest was mostly Willamette fish in February and March. Summer Chinook were still in low numbers, and most of our fall fishery was on coho. During the 1990s, 2 initiatives in Washington and 1 in Oregon were promoted by sport fishing advocates to eliminate our commercial fisheries. Citizens of both states recognized them as allocation issues, not conservation issues, and they were defeated by 60 to 40 margins. In 2001, things began to change. Upriver spring Chinook began returning in larger numbers and exceeded Willamette runs. Summer Chinook runs were rebuilt enough to allow some harvest. Fall Chinook became the primary contributor to our fall fisheries. ESA listings changed when and where we could fish, and we implemented new gear like the spring tangle nets, and we were able to harvest selectively with our gill nets on healthy runs and stay within all of our management constraints. In 2007, we began a working group to try to resolve the spring Chinook sharing issues with the sports community. Halfway through that schedule of meetings, they walked out of that conversation. The next year, we had another working group started, and that produced the spring sharing matrix that I showed you last month, which I thought was a pretty reasonable way to share the resource amongst the user groups. In 2012, I was on another working group, the one that produced this policy. The first meeting, I asked about the science behind it, and I was told we were there to implement it, not to discuss it. At the second meeting, Commissioner Levy talked about looking at a way to make the impact on our fishery no greater than 5%. And I'm sure many of you remember that portion of the conversation. So staff produced the model that we still look at on occasion, pages C4 and C5. But it was a comparative model. It wasn't using the actual data that we had. It was a way to compare different future situations. Since then, we've been placed in an awkward position in all of these discussions. Normally, 2 views are presented to the Commission, and staff is utilized to do fact-checking and to provide answers to Commissioners' questions. This process has been different. Senior staff has taken the position of the proponent of the policy, and I feel like our industry is at the defensive trying to defend our own fishery. I don't think that's the way these conversations normally occur. I think Commissioner Weber said it best at the last meeting when he stated that it's inconceivable that we could transfer impacts to the sports fishery and remove the main stem gillnet fishery and not cause significant economic harm. That's exactly the point we've been trying to make for these last 4 years. And the policy has shown that it just doesn't work that way. Even if things stop right here at the 2016 levels of change, we will have lost ground. No matter how many times senior staff tries to spin it and how often they utilize the data to get the result they're looking for, the bottom line is that it just isn't working. There are 270 days between February 1st and October 31st. Some major portion of the Columbia is open for recreational fishing 240 to 250 days of that time period every year. In the time frame in spring between around the 10th or 15th in April and the 10th of May, there won't be any fishing because of the catch balancing. You can't fish those days. So you already have a sport priority. It's already in the discussion, and the additional days in all of those examples are very small that any of these changes make.
Robert, you're out of time.
Okay. I just want to say that, and on the subject of our gill nets, it talks about removing non-selective gill nets. We fish selectively in every season. If anybody wants to hear my discussion about that, I'm glad to take 2 minutes and expand. Every season is a selective fishery for us in the main stem. And we have lots of data to support that. And so I think it's just time to use adaptive management to turn this policy into something that is benefit to all user groups, not just one. Thank you for giving me the time to comment.
Great, thank you. Bryce.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Bryce Devine. I'm also from Longview, Washington. I've been a commercial fisherman on the Columbia since 1989. I started fishing in Youngs Bay, and I fish there every year. One of the things that concerns me is that the economics in this plan take a view that my economic picture can be summed up by an ex-vessel value, and that's a one-dimensional view of this fishery. If we move from the Columbia River into the select areas, there's other costs and logistics involved. And I live in Longview, and it's an hour and a half to Youngs Bay. If I go down there to fish, I'm there for the day, and if you don't get any fish, well, you have to pay for gas and eat lunch and that sort of thing too. And oftentimes I make just enough to do that. And another real factor is time. You take like your spring Chinook fishery in Youngs Bay as compared to the river. In Youngs Bay, you have openings from February, March, April, May, and June, where spring salmon are caught. In the Columbia River, we have a handful of openings, and we catch just as many fish in a short time. So it's really quite a bit of an additional expense for me to go to the select areas. And I think that needs to be considered. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Devine. Brian.
Chair Finley, members of the Commission, Director Melcher, good morning. My name is Brian McLaughlin. I reside in Portland, Oregon, and I'm testifying today on my own behalf. I want to focus my comments on the economic analysis that was prepared by the agency, and I will echo what Mr. Wells said, that it's kind of difficult to adjust your testimony on the fly when you've heard new data presented, but I'll do my best. And I do want to compliment the agency for actually using the new model, because that was going to be one of my criticisms today, that they were using outdated information that had been replaced 2 years ago by the Pacific Fishery Management Council. So I think it's an improvement that they are, in fact, using new metrics. However, I still have serious concerns about whether the agency, in its economic analysis, is getting at what the statute requires. And I remember at the last meeting, Chair Finley emphasizing that you need to follow the statute. Well, the agency's economic analysis focuses on local personal income impacts. But the statute speaks in terms of optimizing overall economic benefits to the state. So I question whether using local impacts actually gets at the benefits for the state. And here's a major flaw, I believe, that's inherent in the method that the agency is using. When it calculates sport fishing impacts, it includes only trip expenditures, such as gas, food, and lodging. But the method excludes equipment expenditures, such as boats and motors and trailers and rods and reels and tackle, and just a plethora of stuff that we recreational fishermen spend a lot of money on. Reports on ODFW's own website indicate that equipment accounts for 56% of sport fishing expenditures in Oregon. Another study from ODFW's website reports that the United States Department of Commerce found that over 63% of the economic contributions of saltwater sport fishing in Oregon can be traced to equipment and durable good purchases. If you look at these reports, it would suggest that the agency is overlooking 50 to 60% or more of the economic impacts of recreational salmon fishing on the Columbia River. And by excluding equipment, the agency devalues the economic benefits associated with sport fishing businesses and the jobs that those businesses provide. Businesses such as Fisherman's Marine and Sportsman's Warehouse and Cabela's, boat sellers like Stevens Marine and Clemens Marine, which sell a lot of boats that are used, majority of which out on the Columbia. If you fish the Columbia, you know what I mean by the aluminum hatch. There's a lot of aluminum boats out there, recreational fishing boats. And a lot of those boats, maybe even the majority, I don't know, but were made right here in Oregon by Alumaweld boats, by North River boats, and of course, you know I'm going to mention Willie boats. So in conclusion, I don't think that the analysis the agency's done has got to the heart of what Senate Bill 830 requires to look at economic benefits for the state. And I would question whether the Commission can rationally confer with the state of Washington at this point without having a clear understanding of whether the objectives are being met. And I don't think the analysis that the agency has put forward really speaks to that objective. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. Okay, commissioners, any questions of this panel? I have. Commissioner Anderson, did you have one? Okay. I have a couple of questions. Robert, would you explain to the audience, to this commission, your gill nets are selective?
Sure. So I'd like to go back just a little longer than our regular fishery. Historically, we would fish in March for early returning Willamette fish before the upriver fish show up. And while steelhead are in the river, we would use large mesh gear so that we didn't handle the steelhead. There's great data from testing tangle nets and big mesh gear side by side in March to show that we are not catching the steelhead. The tangle nets catch them, we don't. In April, we moved to tangle nets in early to catch our early portion. In early May, until the shad show up, we use tangle nets. If we have impacts left, we continue to fish on into late May or early June with regular gear to avoid shad and steelhead again. In the summer, we use conventional gear to avoid catching sockeye and steelhead. There's lots of data that supports what we're up to. We've switched to 9-inch gear in August so that we handle fewer steelhead. And actually, there was a sturgeon component of that switch about 6 or 8 years ago, too. It's just, you can go through our whole season. And in our late gillnet fishery, with 6-inch gear, we do keep everything, but often the mark rate is in the 70 to 80% range. So the 20% of wild fish that we're keeping are going into the market, and we're removing a lot of hatchery fish in that fishery. So in really every season, we're fishing selectively. We don't have a non-selective fishery in our gillnet fishery in the Columbia, not in our mainstem fisheries. And I mean, there's lots of data to support that. The rule talks about removing non-selective gillnets, not gillnets. It says non-selective gillnets. That's not the kind of gear we've been using since the ESA implementation has caused us to adjust, just like every other fishery's had to adjust. So, thank you for asking.
Okay, thank you. Did that spur any other questions? I have one for you, Mr. Devine. You said that, in your view, ex-vessel value is one-dimensional. Would you expand on that?
Yes, it doesn't deal with profit. We're in business for profit, and it's the revenue side. It doesn't. If I incur additional expense for going, and the catch per unit effort in the select areas is lower than it is in the main stem.
Okay. And Mr. McLaughlin, I have one for you too. What is the benefit to the state? When you researched that, did you find any legislative history or anything that would help the commission focus in on what would otherwise be the plain reading of the statute?
When I did look at it, I just looked at the legislative history online, and I actually listened to the hearings that were available online, and I didn't, come upon anything that would, say anything different than what the plain language indicates.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, panel.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd get some stuff in. All right, we're going to move on then. That's the end of the public testimony. We'll bring back the staff. Okay, gentlemen, commissioners, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. I have two, one comment, one question. First of all, just regarding the model outputs, I was looking them over a little bit more. The last option that you presented is called positive X vessel versus no policy. And I think that it would be, I don't know if that's an accurate representation of what I read here, because when I look at 2017 to 2022, I see a total loss of about $1 million, which is about a loss of 2% over 6 years, which is neither here nor there in terms of it's just a model, but I don't think it's accurately represented in its name. And wondering if we could if we're developing more models, be more neutral. Rebalance 1A, rebalance 1B, and C, for example, just because I would disagree that what this is named is what it represents.
It's a fair point, Commissioner Anderson. The reason we named it what we did is because we were asked to bring something that gave a positive value over the no policy option. We neglected to ask whether that meant at the end point or at the interim point right away. And so we picked the end point because that was most consistent with rebalance. But it's certainly up to you to ask us to do it in a different way or to bring you something that does it in a more immediate fashion or something else. There wasn't any further intent beyond that in what we chose to name it, so I take your point, but that's what we
Thank you, and I
proceeded with.
presume that you named it in a way to make it easy for us to know
Exactly.
that you were responding to that, but I think moving
Absolutely.
forward, it would be better to be neutral. And I'm not necessarily asking for additional model creation at this point. As you stated in response to Chair Finley, I feel like we've looked at these, 20, 30, 25, 33, 34, we look at these numbers and I can somewhat intuit to some degree, how these things are going to be effective if we throttle allocations up and down. And I will probably myself look at main stem seine fishery with continued skepticism in terms of the model regarding what occurred in 2013 to 2016 and what's modeled moving forward. So in my opinion, there may be an additional 1% to 2% negative impact if those same fisheries do not change from where they are at status quo right now. But again, thank you. It's just a nomenclature issue there. And I don't know if I could ask Chair Finley, when you requested another model with a 75-25, were you requesting that amongst all three of the seasons? Okay.
Yes.
Because I would imagine that anything less than most of the models that we're looking at that achieve the minimization of impacts have at least a 30% fall fishery. So again, just intuiting going to 25% is going to see a huge drop. My question and I think I might ask Director Melcher stepped away. I was going to ask Director Melcher, maybe I'll wait till he comes back, but I could ask my fellow commissioners. Perhaps I was unclear at our last meeting regarding the term of the extension for rulemaking. My understanding from our conversation was that we indeed said that we wanted to take up rulemaking in January, but I didn't get the sense that we were convinced we were going to resolve it in January. So if the proposed motion is to extend the transition just to January, I think we need to question if that is a reasonable time frame for our consideration, given as much uncertainty as we've continued to uncover.
Okay, in my pre-brief with the staff on the phone, I asked that very question. Well, maybe not phrased the same way you did, but I asked if, obviously, many of us determined that we weren't ready to go into rulemaking this meeting. The January meeting is late. It's January 20th, which gives a little more time for analysis. But the question I asked the staff was, do you have the time, given some of our questions and concerns, and some they'll pick up at this meeting, to adequately prepare a rulemaking package? And I'll let you guys answer.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair Finley. 2 points, I guess I'd make. That was one. I think unless within the range of things we've heard so far, I haven't hit a wall that says we can't bring you more materials to answer those questions in January. The other is relative to Commissioner Anderson's question on a timeline. Just for your information, we have opened all the same rule divisions for the January meeting that we opened for the December meeting, so you will, for this meeting today. So you will have the same public notice requirements have all been met for that meeting as well. You can take up any of those issues related to the policy that you choose to, whether that be extension or final rulemaking or anything else you choose. You're covered I'm looking for Mr. Sanders to confirm, but we've covered the whole division so that you have the latitude to take a different action than final completion if you chose to.
Well, I think that's one thing is staff, is that adequate time for staff to prepare something for us? And clearly you feel that it is, or else you wouldn't be bringing forth a short, and I think we're only proposing the extension, is it January 31st? Is there any reason why we wouldn't want to just give ourselves the benefit of not being held to that? Because as commissioners, I wonder, even if staff is prepared, is the commission prepared to make a permanent rule action within a month's time? And I think that's a question we all have to ask ourselves individually, but if we are going to extend, do we want to give ourselves a broader time frame from which to consider? And I would even argue that perhaps we would just extend for the year 2017 until this is resolved, presuming that we want to get it resolved as soon as possible for everyone's certainty.
Okay. Director Melcher, would you like to comment on that?
Well, I apologize. I missed part of the conversation. I was trying to assist the gentleman here at the end who was distracting me. But and I'm not talking about Steve Sanders. So
that wouldn't be a gentleman.
I think I captured the nature of the conversation. We're very comfortable with the staff's ability to produce a packet for January 20th, and I think Chris and Tucker may have alluded to that or may have mentioned that directly. I think certainly the rules are open in January on the January 20th meeting. If the commission ultimately came to the table on January 20th and decided that they weren't, or that you weren't prepared to do that, we could extend it again at that time. But right now we've been driving. We initially were driving for a December decision, so putting it off to January bought us that extra. Actually, it's a month and a half in that we were scheduled initially for the decision today, and January meeting is actually late this year. It's January 20th. So we think we have plenty of time to produce this package.
Chris, would you like to comment?
Yeah, the only addition I would make is that at the last meeting, I don't remember, one of the discussion points was having time to add for the commission to make considerations for us to do some more analysis without having an effect on the fisheries that were coming in 2017. And we can assure you that's not going to happen with a February 1 change. If you do action, whether it be today or a January meeting, to make it beyond that, there will be, I mean, as you mentioned, there will be effects. Even if it's just into February, you start getting into fishery effects of some form or another potentially, or at least in the planning stages. So I think one of your considerations at the last meeting was that the 1 month didn't get into that window, but something beyond that would. And again, you could choose to take that up in January as well if you wanted to. So.
Could I make a comment? So I appreciate that the January meeting is later in the month. It allows a little extra time. But for clarity, would this be material that is not available until the meeting or provided to us prior to the meeting so that we could spend a little time with it on our own? Because Mr. Wells, for instance, mentioned there were some surprises in terms of just additional data that came, today. And so a later date is fine, but we need to see things before the 20th. So that would truncate staff's time even more. So I'm just trying to see what's realistic.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Woolley, it's a fair point. I think we'd need to spend some thought back calculating how soon you'd want it. A week, 2 weeks, because I understand the complexities that arose today as a result of it being in a director's report that comes out fairly quickly. In terms of what's been presented to us today as follow-up questions, I think that's well within our time range. We do need to spend some time working on the Mitchell Act issue that was raised in testimony. There was legitimate points raised in that commentary. We mentioned in November that was still an issue that was hanging out, and we don't have a clear path to incorporate into the models. We've incorporated some of the to-date production issues, for instance, being short on select area bright production in recent years. That's in these models already, but it presumes an average number going forward. And if there's going to be actions in the Mitchell Act related activities that change that, we need to get those incorporated. So, but we need to know what they are first, which is why that's the reason you haven't seen it yet. So right now, my expectation is that those will come out fairly soon. I believe we're very close. I mean, as Mr. Wells mentioned, he's had some conversations with folks. There were some public meetings NOAA had scheduled this week where they may have been rolling some out. They canceled them and postponed them, so I'm not sure what their intent is, but I'm hopeful we can get those in the near future and start incorporating them. And as long as we're able to do that, I think we could still get you a packet ahead of time for your review of the effects of those on the models. Now, I can't guarantee that they're not going to push something out at some point, but I do know they're under some very tight legal deadlines that they need to get them done very quickly in the very near future. So I expect to see them soon. So I'm trying to get around to the point. At this time, I think we can still meet getting it to you early, ahead of January 20th, at least a week. And we can try and do more, and maybe we can send you installments if that's helpful. The other issue you should think about is meeting with Washington and the subgroup, and I think we're working on getting that scheduled prior to at least January 5th, if not sooner. I mean, my preference would be sooner than that. So that gives you a couple of weeks before your next meeting. It's not that much time before Washington's next meeting, but sorry for the long-winded response, but I think we're okay.
Commissioner Buckmaster, and then Commissioner Atkinson.
A specific question regarding the draft OARs that you provided for today. In your PowerPoint, you say it will prevent allocation shifts currently scheduled to take place on January 1st. Is my recollection that the request of you was that we wouldn't see things like a gillnet ban that we might have to walk back if we went to the rebalancing or any of a number of the alternatives we have to consider. So, did what you prepare only address allocation shifts, or did it actually freeze allocation and gear type and management as of 2016?
Chair Finley and Commissioner Buckmaster, it's a good question. It is exactly one of the points that you guys raised at the last meeting, was to make sure that was in there. And I can ask Mr. Sanders to comment on, I made sure with DOJ, the OARs as they're written, the only date-specific sections that had a January 1 deadline on them are actually the allocation shifts. The language of transition to gillnets is in the preamble language under guiding principles, and it is a more generic statement that says phase out gillnets. So while the policy expectation associated with long-term policy is no gillnets after January 1, 2017, our read of the OARs was that there isn't something in the OARs that say that's the exact date that happens, whereas there is for allocation.
I'd agree with that. There's a default shift on allocation at the end of the year here. There is no default shift on gear.
And as a follow-up, there is some language buried within some of the allocations that would lead you to associate them with other gears than gillnet, but I've included those as well. Coho long-term being one example. I believe it has a reference to hatchery coho as the target species, whereas the transition period just said coho open. And so we made sure, even though I don't think it functionally would have done anything different, we made sure to include that because that language could lead you down that same path.
One last question. I would really appreciate as quickly as you're putting these things together, if we do not have a definitive answer on the Mitchell Act case, I would like to see a worst-case scenario and how it affects our plans going forward. At least that'll allow us to bookend. No impact, could be this. It gives us information we can use.
Okay. Appreciate that. And I apologize. I should have added a mention that Mitchell Act was still underway in our presentation. We did talk about it in November. It's my oversight that we didn't mention that today. It wasn't intentional, but I frankly overlooked it.
Can I?
Yes, Tucker.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, one additional follow-up. I think it goes, maybe this is inherent and everybody understands, but those changes associated with the Mitchell Act, whatever they might be, Those would affect both no policy and full policy changes because even in the absence of any harvest reform policy, those changes would likely be coming down. So that will affect both no policy and any implementation policy.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Aikenson.
I also have a significant concern about what could happen regarding the resolution of the Mitchell Act lawsuit, and I don't feel comfortable making a decision on the Columbia River reform until we know what that's going to be, because that could significantly affect the economics as well as how things are done with our fisheries, like you said, with both commercial and sport fisheries. If that's not resolved before we get information back from you within a month, and then a month and a half we're making a decision, I feel this is such an important and long-term decision that we have to have that information before we do a vote. So I would recommend that we wait until, at least defer changing anything, potentially even for a year, even though we may resolve it sooner than that, but to allow our transition to extend another year while we are working out those details.
Go ahead. Sorry. Chair Finley, Commissioner Aikenson. Ultimately, the Commission's decisions on those things are the Commission's decisions. I just want to make clear from myself and my staff's perspective that we do not feel the pressure on that. We are going to, everybody feels pressure, but there is adequate time to address any of the questions that have been raised here today. And again, I don't have actually control over NOAA fisheries either, sadly, but presuming that those results come out sometime in the near future, I would also think that that is not going to be a problem for staff to incorporate that into the modeling either for a January 20th commission meeting. So I just wanted to be clear on that.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
And Steve may want to come over and slap me, but I'll be a little more direct as well. If NOAA doesn't have those results out very soon, there's going to be a lot bigger problems than that, and they will be at serious risk of restraining order type actions under their litigation, because they have reached an agreement through the court process to provide those that information prior to, I believe, a mid-January hearing of their own. And so they're going to have a lot bigger problems than that if they don't get that out very soon, which is why I'm confident they will be getting it out very soon. Barring any really surprising things, we should easily have that in the very near future. And again, you will be meeting in January again. You can take up an issue of timelines then if you choose as well. So,
I guess I would just add, Chair Finley, that I think Commissioner Buckmaster's request for the worst case scenario Mitchell Act analysis really bounds, I mean, it will bound that outcome, and it will also give you a good sense of the relative impact to both the recreational fishery component as well as the commercial fishery component, because there will be impacts to both. And I can just tell you from at least the last 20 years of fishery management, there is always going to be something on the horizon, some uncertainty. There has been, and there will continue to be. So I really think sticking with the January timeline for now is the right approach. And as we get to January 20th, if there is somehow some great uncertainty that you don't feel compelled to make a decision, it would certainly be within your your prerogative to decide then to adopt a different timeline. But right now, I think we're comfortable we can deliver on our end as it relates to January 20th. And just also as additional follow-up, we mail, this is in response to Commissioner Woolley's earlier question, we deliver these commission packets 2 weeks in advance. So you will be receiving these information 2 weeks before the January 20th meeting at the latest. Today's example was one where essentially we delivered it during the director's report, so you did not get anything in advance.
Yeah, that wasn't good.
And we didn't have it much in advance.
Right,
So
exactly.
we sent it out as soon as it was done. So.
Commissioner Buckmaster.
Nor did we last meeting. Things were introduced at the meeting. So that's two.
Okay. Do I hear a motion? Commissioner Anderson.
I will make a motion. I will make a statement before I make a motion.
That's fine.
Because I would like to amend the motion as presented. And I would like to amend the motion because I don't necessarily share staff and director's confidence, given how things have rolled out. And I'll just make 5 quick, observations of potential uncertainties. I mean, in the event that we do not come to agreement, full policy implementation on February 1st is pretty much a death nail for the commercial fisheries, and in my opinion, that would spark an undue amount of political upheaval and unrest with other states, countries, and tribal interests, and I'm not willing to stake as much confidence as some are on our ability to come to consent or to come to an agreement. So, failure to come to agreement, uncertainty about the Washington action that is still pending, a pending work group discussion that has yet to happen, Mitchell Act, potential for stalemate amongst this commission, even the possibility that we don't even bring a quorum together. You just don't know. So for those reasons, I would move to adopt the amendments to the OARs 635-500-6715 through 6735 as shown in attachment 3 in with the change that the date for the extension of the transition period be December 31st, 2017.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
I second that.
So it's been moved and seconded that we would have a full year extension.
And I will say I would like to come to an agreement in January. I am not saying that I don't want the uncertainty for anyone, but I don't want the responsibility of feeling undue pressure to make a decision of this much consequence with so much uncertainty in front of me.
Okay. Just other discussion, commissioners? Commissioner Weber.
Well, by doing it this way, we're making a decision for the year without any consultation with the state of Washington about what they will do and whether we can arrive at concurrent regulations. So I don't know what we're going to accomplish by jumping ahead of the process of trying to work out agreements between the two states that accomplish what we want to do. And by moving it for a full year, we're definitely going to be in conflict, I think. And I would support the motion as proposed by staff. I can't support moving it to the end of the year.
Okay. Commissioners, other comments?
Can it be phrased to be as late as December 31, 2017? Does it have to jump out a year, or can there just be a contingency based on us getting all these pieces together and then making a decision at that time?
It needs to specify a specific time. The rule is going to set a policy, so you need to tell people what the policy is. You will have the legal right to change it next month, but when you set the rule, you would need to set a specific date.
And would it be correct that in January, if we decide, or if we can't decide, we could do exactly the same thing that is being proposed today, just kick it out a little further or whatever?
Yes, you could also extend it in January.
So this isn't our only opportunity to do extending the transition?
That's correct. I believe the notice filed for the January meeting is equally broad to the notice filed for this meeting. That is, you'll have the legal right to consider all aspects of this rulemaking.
Okay, that's what I was implying. Is there any other option between now and the end of the year? So,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, thanks.
So Commissioner Anderson, are you still in favor of your motion as introduced, or do you want to withdraw the motion?
I'm in favor of the motion for, I respect your points, Commissioner Weber, and I think that with respect to Washington, it's not necessarily, I think we will still act with diligence in the same manner, whether we come to agreement in January, whether we decide to extend in January. I think what my motion is doing is, one, in my opinion, it's sending a message as well to these groups that we're not going to be pressured by arbitrary timelines to come up with this resolution, and that we're going to be deliberate in taking the time necessary. And I would venture to guess that in either case, we'll probably act in a similar manner, but I will continue to support my motion, and if you will continue to second it.
Okay, a technical question, Commissioner Anderson. You said through the end of 2017, as I remember the motion?
December 31st.
December 31st.
That's correct.
Counsel, you had a...
So I believe then we would want to, and I'm assuming it's implicit in your motion, that we would change the definition of long-term to mean 2018 and beyond.
In the, for the
So
purpose
I
of the
believe there are
rules.
3 spots in the rules that define long-term.
Right, so long-term then becomes January 1st, 2018, and the transition period is extended through December 31st, 2017.
Exactly. I'm assuming that's implicit in your motion.
Okay. Any other further discussion? Commissioner Buckmaster, or Commissioner Woolley?
Just trying to be clear on this. So we mentioned the, for lack of a better term, the kick the can down the road to opportunity, which could be a month later or 2 months later. So is that option eliminated with Commissioner Anderson's proposal, or no?
No, you'll have a complete blank slate again next month.
Okay, thanks.
And I would add, Chair Finley, that we plan to bring an agenda item to you on January 20th unless the chair tells us otherwise. We, irrespective of what the end date that is formally adopted in rule, we still plan to move forward with January 20th.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Buckmaster.
Yeah, I fully expect to work on this issue on January 20th. I think it's appropriate that we do so. I don't think we're sending a bad message with this, but I share the concern. A lot can happen. We might not have a quorum. We could have snow. We could have any number of things. The idea that the same concern that we had falling off a community falling off the cliff, this just takes that off the table, gives us time to work, and we are going to learn a lot more about where Washington is before that meeting, and so we'll have a report to come back. So, thank you.
All right, if there's no more discussion, I'm going to call the question. We have a motion on the table, and it's been seconded. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Give me your hands.
Aye.
Okay. Bob, you're a nay?
I'm a nay, yeah.
Who else is a nay? Okay. And I voted yes. So we have 5 commissioners voting for the motion and 2 against. And I share a little bit of your concern, Bob. I could have gone the other way, but it wouldn't have changed the vote. But, all right. Thank you, staff. We'll keep our pulse on this. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. All right, we're going to move to Exhibit C, Restoration Enhancement Project Approval. Kevin Herkamp.
look. I'm gonna look for a guy here, a cranky guy here that's down. He apparently he thought he was still here. I'm trying to make sure we're working with that.
That's fine, yeah. I'm just waiting for the room to clear, Kevin.
But I can't afford it.
Jason will last the big spenders.
You're
expensive, baby.
I know, you're expensive.
Okay, Kevin.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Finley, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Kevin Herkamp. I am the STEP and R&E coordinator with the department. Today, I'll be presenting two items related to R&E for your consideration and action. First, I'm going to be presenting the recommendations for appointment for the public at large position on the R&E board. R&E board members are appointed by the Commission, and each board member has the opportunity to serve 2 4-year terms. Per statute, our current board members include 3 commercial salmon fishery representatives, 3 sport fishing representatives, and 1 representative for the public at large. Currently, Greg Silbernagel's first term as a public at large representative is coming to an end. And I'd also like to point out, for the record, that come at the end of 2017, we'll have another vacancy when the second term of our sport fishing representative from Eugene comes to an end. Each of these terms is recruited for and reviewed as effectively as if it's its own vacancy. ODFW advertised the vacancy through various media sources and organizations. We received 12 applications from across the state for this vacancy, and candidates were evaluated based on these criteria before you on the screen. After reviewing the applications, 8 candidates were selected for interviews. Interviews were conducted by 3 staff members and 1 current R&E board member. Based on the review, staff recommends that Kay Brown from Columbia City be appointed as the public at large representative. As outlined in the packet, if the commission so choose another alternate, we did put forward Greg Silbernagel as a viable alternative. I would like to point out that both Kay and Greg are in the audience today. If you have any questions for them or would like to meet them, that concludes my presentation on this issue. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, we have no public testimony, commissioners. So, Commissioner Willey.
Just a comment, as commissioners know, I'm always a proponent of, within the categories of professions and occupations, that the department conduct outreach for as wide of diversity as possible, diversity of age, diversity of gender, diversity of physical ability, diversity of race. So I just wanted to, encourage staff as you're looking for positions to fill to just keep all of these different criteria in mind so that we can have a range of perspectives and experiences as possible.
Absolutely, and we did take that to note last time, and I think that was, I was not actually on the interview panel, but I think that was some of the discussion that actually came up during the discussion.
Okay. Commissioner Buckmaster.
Would the 2 potential participants hold up their hands so we can see who they are?
All right.
Thank you, and I will only make, thank you for your offer of hard work, and a comment to Greg. Any man who is willing to put his wife down as a reference shows an inordinate amount of confidence, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Let alone common sense. Yeah. Okay. I think, unless there are any other questions, I'm ready for a motion.
Well, I always look at these maps and try and figure out ways to kind of give statewide representation. And I do note that we're going from 2 people in Eastern Oregon, if we followed the staff recommendations, to 1 person. That's something that I sort of feel sensitive to. I'm sure that Kay is a very, very qualified candidate. Although they said that Greg was close, very close, and he lives in Eastern Oregon, which I think needs some representation.
Kevin?
Commissioner Weber, Chair Finley. So I just would like to point out that one of our board members is also making a choice that looks like he will be probably splitting his residency between Central Oregon, Lapine area, and the South Coast. That's Rich Heap. That has not become final, but it does appear that that's where he's heading to split his residency. So that would still give some, but it would be Central Oregon, which we have Yancey Lynn as well. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I guess, Mr. Chair, I would just add that, and I know Greg Silbernagel personally, I would just add, though, that we are really trying to build some gender diversity in our boards, the boards that support this commission. And so just very similarly several months ago when we talked about the A&H board appointment, we really feel strongly that we want to get some gender diversity, all diversity, but gender diversity as well in our boards. And so I just highlight that for you as well.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. Ready for a motion?
I move to approve the oh, okay. I'll make the motion. I move to approve the recommendation of the fish restoration. Oh, where are we?
Over there.
Okay, sorry. Public at large. I move to appoint Kay, is that Brown? Yes. Sorry.
Yes.
Kay Brown to a 4-year term as the public at large representative on the Fish Restoration and Enhancement Board.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay. So it's been moved by Commissioner Woolley, seconded by Commissioner Anderson, to appoint Kay Brown to the 4-year term as public at large representative on the Fish and Restoration Enhancement Board. Any further discussion, commissioners? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you, Kay. All right. I guess we're going to the next agenda item, Exhibit D.
So I still have one additional issue, which is
I'm sorry,
the
Kevin.
project
Yeah,
recommendation.
thanks for bringing that up. You do.
All right. I will now be presenting the R&E projects for your review and approval from Cycle 6 of the 15-17 biennium. At their meeting in Newport on September 16th, the R&E Board recommended 6 projects for funding. You'll see 5 on the map. The 6th project was a statewide project. All 6 of the projects were enhancement projects, and they totaled about $104,000. An example of the enhancement projects that were recommended includes the development of a fishing access facility guide. This guide will be used this fund will be used to develop an online manual for the development of fishing-related facilities such as docks, trails, restrooms, and cleaning stations, as well as ADA access. It is a partnership with the Marine Board and will leverage their expertise. In fact, it will be based on the design guidelines for recreational boating facilities that the Marine Board has out there, and it will be compatible with that. This should help us decrease the design costs, ensure compliance with regulatory requirements, and create a consistent experience for the anglers. As the Commission is probably aware, we have a lot of volunteer groups and staff that work on these projects, many of which don't have the technical background and experience, and this should help them bring them up to speed so that we can get these projects implemented successfully and at lower costs. The recommendation total for Cycle 6 is about $104,000. If all of these projects are approved by the Commission today, about $100,000 or 2% of the estimated revenue will remain for the 2015-17 biennium. We do only have one more cycle, and I expect that we should get about another $100,000, maybe up to $200,000 in return funds that can be made available during that cycle. So staff recommends the commission approve the recommended projects presented to you today. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions, commissioners?
Just have one question. What basin is 4th of July Creek in Lincoln County?
Oh,
Familiar with it?
I can look for that.
You know what, you can.
Okay.
It's not relevant to my voting. I was just curious because I worked with the Mid-Coast Watershed Council in my earlier incarnations and I just can't place it in my head, but I'll follow up with you at my first inspection.
Cool name.
Any others, commissioners? Kevin, I just have one. It's just a matter of curiosity. All of these, the board recommended 7-0, except, yes. So would you just give us a little background on the no vote?
I have to familiarize myself with which project that was.
The Long Prairie?
Yeah.
Ditch.
Yeah, Rep Ditch.
Rep-
and
Was
Long
Rep
Prairie.
Ditch?
Long Prairie is
And
the one
Long
I was
Prairie
looking
both.
at, yeah. I'm still going to vote yes, but I'm just curious about who abstained or voted no.
I am not seeing that in my notes. I apologize.
Okay, that's all right. Overwhelming support from the board, so. So commissioners, if there aren't any other questions, do I hear a motion?
I can find it. Yes, Chair Finley, I would move to approve the recommendations of the Fish Restoration and Enhancement Board.
I second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Anderson and seconded by Commissioner Woolley. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously. Okay. Now we move to Exhibit D. Groundfish Fisheries, 2015 Near Shore Logbook Report. Maggie Summer.
Haven't seen it yet, but I doubt it. She's gonna go look.
Welcome. Go ahead, Maggie.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Finley, Commissioners, Director Melcher, and others. My name is Maggie Summer. I'm the Fishery Management Section Leader with the Marine Resources Program in Newport, here with your annual groundfish exhibit. It does have two parts. It has an informational report on our commercial nearshore logbook program first, and then rulemaking on 2017 groundfish fisheries. And that's not doing it for me. Let's see. Oops, hang on. Sorry. Oh, use the arrow. There we go. Thank you very much. So first, we do this report every year, but just a very brief refresher. Our commercial nearshore fishery is a state-permitted limited entry fishery. This was established by the legislature in 2003. That's a small boat fishery operating almost exclusively in state waters, making day trips. A fairly unique feature is that much of the catch is sold live. It's a very high-value, small-volume fishery. Most commercial nearshore fishers are active in other fisheries, and this fishery is just one part of a broad portfolio of fisheries. Let's see what I can do here. I also want to note I have a very brief report for you here today, but our staff do produce a much more detailed report on this fishery, which is summarized, which is on our website, and that's what's shown here. I apologize for my technical difficulties. That arrow key? No? Amanda's going to help me again. There. There. Let's resume again. I will not touch the mouse anymore. I'll use my paper notes. This slide gives you an idea of the scale of participation in this fishery and geographic distribution by showing the number of permits by port or port group. The basic permit for this fishery is a black and blue rockfish permit, which allows landings of these species up to specified limits with smaller incidental allowances for other nearshore species, such as China rockfish or kelp greenley or cabezon. Some of the permits have a nearshore endorsement, which allows higher landing levels of those other nearshore species. And on this chart, the black and blue rockfish only permits are the black colored portion of the bars, and the nearshore endorsed permits are the gray bars. You can see that the largest number of permits is on the south coast, particularly those with nearshore endorsements. Great. Fishers use the logbook to record information on location of fishing and catch, on released or discarded fish, gear types, and the amount of effort. We don't get this information from other sources, and it is very useful for stock assessment and other management purposes. This chart shows the number of logbook submissions and the compliance rate since 2005. You'll notice an increase for 2015, which we believe was due to our filling of our dedicated nearshore logbook analyst position, and we find that regular contact with the fleet helps quite a bit with logbook compliance. This slide shows all 2015 catch for all species combined, summarized by nearshore block. That's the grid cell. We use a grid in the nearshore logbook and ask fishers to designate their catch area by grid cell there. This slide illustrates the spatial nature of the information we get from these logbooks, and it's a good visual proxy of the overall distribution of effort in this fishery this year. You can see again here, with the darker pink colors, most of the effort is occurring on the south coast and pretty close to ports. This is, pardon me, this is another illustration of logbook data use. These graphs are indices of catch per unit effort information modeled from commercial logbook data that were used in 2015 stock assessments conducted by the National Marine Fisheries Service with participation by ODFW staff. These were only one of many inputs that went into the stock assessment, and I do want to note that these graphs and the lines on them don't represent the assessment outcomes, which would be a biomass trend, but they're simply representing commercial fishery catch per unit effort, and there are a lot of factors that confound that, such as regulations and market factors that drive commercial fishing behavior. That actually concludes the nearshore logbook report. I'll move on to groundfish regulations. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them now or take them afterward.
Yeah, we have some public testimony, so.
Very good. So for the 2017 groundfish regulations, as a reminder, we work under an umbrella of federal regulations that are set by the Pacific Fishery Management Council and the National Marine Fisheries Service. You then can adopt these rules by reference as the basis for state management and may adopt additional or more conservative regulations to meet state-specific fishery goals. And the regulations we'll be talking about include annual harvest guidelines for the commercial and recreational sectors, trip limits, bag limits, others, as well as gear requirements. For 2017, there are some changes in the federal groundfish harvest specifications. The federal system works on a 2-year management cycle. 2017 begins a new one, and we will see some changes in harvest levels based on assessments that were conducted in 2015, and this is the first time they're being used to set management measures. We will see changes for some of the species that are impacted by our nearshore commercial and recreational fisheries, including black rockfish, the minor nearshore rockfish complex, which includes blue and deacon rockfish, China, copper, quillback rockfish, and some other less frequently encountered nearshore rockfish species, as well as kelp greenling and canary. And in a few slides, I'll talk about what those changes are. I'll note that we expect a final federal rule implementing these new harvest levels either by the end of December, or we've heard that it may be delayed a week or two into January. So we'll be recommending adopting the regulations by reference today and filing rules when the federal rule is published and available for reference. Along those lines, I have a one-slide diversion here just to note that another federal rule that was just Just finalized is a requirement to use electronic fish tickets for all landings of sablefish. This will improve the timeliness and accuracy of sablefish catch data and tracking toward tier limits or trip limits in the federally managed sablefish fisheries. Most Oregon buyers who buy sablefish are already using electronic tickets, and Nadine Hurtado in our fish ticket section has been in communication with all the buyers and working with them to make sure they're all set up for this. So back to our harvest specifications and state harvest guidelines. There's a lot of information on this slide, and I'll walk you through it. Within each shaded row, the state harvest guideline values for the commercial and recreational sectors are shown. The top value in each cell is the commercial harvest guideline, and the lower value is the recreational harvest guideline. Each column is a different year, with recent years included for context, as well as a preview of 2018, since the federal quotas have been set for that year already. The values for the commercial and recreational harvest guidelines within each of the cells come from applying the proportions shown in parentheses in the blue column on the left to the overall statewide quota we receive under federal rules. These proportions are based on historic landings around the year 2000, which was after the commercial nearshore fishery had started to develop, but before it reached its peak in about 2002 or 3. We have used these proportions, and you've made allocations to each sector annually based on these proportions since then, and we're proposing no change to the allocation proportions for 2017. In the 2017 column, the colored arrows represent, they just highlight the direction of change in overall quotas for some species or species groups. And you can compare the 2016 values to next year's by reading across from the 2016 column to the 2017 column. So for black rockfish, we're going to see about a 10% decrease. The 2015 assessment for black rockfish off Oregon found that the stock was quite healthy, in good status, but somewhat smaller in scale than previously assumed. So the amount of sustainable long-term harvest is a little bit lower than previously assumed. So this decrease does not indicate a stock concern, just a reduction in what we know about the sustainable harvest level based on that assessment. For minor nearshore rockfish, there's about a 27% increase. That's primarily due to a new full assessment for China rockfish done in 2015. There were also some minor adjustments to the state allocations for some other species included in that complex. For greenling, you'll see a very large increase. 2015 saw the first assessment for kelp greenling in Oregon and found that the stock is very healthy and extremely productive and can support a very high level of harvest. So we see some substantial increases there. In terms of sector-specific regulations, we'll start with the commercial nearshore fishery. What we're proposing are new bi-monthly trip limits. These are 2-month cumulative landing limits for individual vessels, which help stretch out the season and offer a more steady supply to markets. This table shows the preseason trip limits from 2015 and 2016 in the 2 middle columns. In 2015, we set conservative limits for blue and deacon rockfish and other nearshore rockfish because our modeling suggested they were needed to stay under the annual harvest guidelines. We know that fleet behavior changed and fishers began avoiding these species more than we expected at the very low limits, as well as changing some of their effort to focus on other fisheries. So we saw less targeting of these species and a drop in fleet-wide attainment overall. In 2016, partway through the year, we saw that we were still projecting very low attainment. We made some increases to trip limits. That's shown in the yellow highlighted font in the right-hand column in an effort to increase opportunity and attainment. We did see an increase in average pounds per trip in 2016, just a lower overall number of trips. Uh-oh. Gotten myself out of there. We go. This table shows the 2014 through 2016 landings by the species or management category listed across the top and fleet-wide attainment of the annual harvest guideline in parentheses under the landings figure. I'll note that the heading ONSRF stands for Other Nearshore Rockfish, which is the minor nearshore rockfish complex with blue and deacon pulled out separately. So other nearshore rockfish is China, copper quillback, and the less common species. You can see that in the 2016 row at the bottom, we are still projecting very low attainment. This is data through the middle of November. And we, again, what we hear is that this is due to low effort, not low catch rates. We've seen an increase in average weight landed per trip for most of these groups, but even so, we still are looking like we're coming in pretty far under the harvest guideline for most of these species or groups. We've been curious about this, interested in exploring it to understand what it tells us about fishery dynamics and our ability to model and predict effort and catch in advance. We found that a significant factor is other fishery opportunities, and in particular lingcod. This graph illustrates a shift to targeting more lingcod, which lingcod catches are shown in green here at the top of the bars, and less on other nearshore rockfish, which is the blue shade right above the gray sections at the bottom. Lingcod is not one of the species managed under the commercial nearshore permit. Instead, it's managed under federal trip limits, which were increased beginning in 2015, and we have seen an increase in lingcod fishing since then. They're a high-value fish, and attainment of lingcod quotas is far below quotas because of yellow eye bycatch constraints. So if fishers can get at them without too much yellow eye, there's a lot of opportunity there. In addition to seeing the story in the catch data, fishermen, we've heard the same thing from fishermen, and in addition to lingcod, we hear about more effort focusing on black rockfish because of higher trip limits. So even though they might be, fishers may receive a lower price per pound for black rockfish than some of the other nearshore rockfish species, the higher volume they can bring in makes it a more profitable trip overall. In addition, there are a lot of business decisions made on other fisheries, such as crab, sablefish, salmon, etc. And then just an interesting note, I won't really spend any time here, but staff have also been exploring environmental variables affecting landings in the commercial nearshore fishery, and I think no surprise to anyone in the room, we found a pretty strong correlation between things like wind, water temperature, upwelling, etc., and landings. This is great for hindcasting at this point, but doesn't do us a whole lot of good in looking forward in terms of the upcoming year because of the difficulty in predicting ocean conditions, but it is something we're thinking about in the bigger context of potential climate change and changing ocean conditions and what we'll be working with in the future. So back to the 2017 regulations. For public input on the commercial nearshore fishery, we did hold 3 public meetings in the fall with industry to review the 2016 season and discuss regulations for 2017 and beyond. One of the most consistent things we hear is that predictability and stability is important. It allows fishermen, buyers, distributors, etc., to plan in advance and balance their portfolios. On season structure, there are some minor differences between the South Coast, which has stronger winter markets, and the North Coast, which has more demand in the summer with a local tourism-based market. But overall, there's a desire to maintain a 12-month season. And then we did hear interest in starting off the year with higher black rockfish trip limits so that we aren't in a situation of realizing we are going to come in well below the harvest guideline in the middle of the year and making a large increase then that might be difficult for markets to absorb. This brings us to the staff recommendation for 2017 trip limits for the commercial nearshore fishery, which are in the purple shaded column on the right. These were based on public input. And you'll see there are increases for each category. There are slight increases for black rockfish, despite the 10% decrease in overall harvest guideline. Our modeling shows there's some room there for trip limit increases. Pardon me. We are recommending an increase for blue and deacon rockfish and other nearshore rockfish. Again, these catch in these groups will be combined as we do our accounting toward our overall minor nearshore rockfish harvest guideline. No change to cabezon, and then a relatively modest increase from the what we started with at the outset of 2016 for greenling. Although there's a very large increase in the overall harvest guideline, fishers and buyers indicated that the markets really would not support a huge increase, and so suggested that a 600-pound bi-monthly trip limit for greenling would be sufficient. Finally, we have one more item for the commercial fishery, which is clarification on the permit transfer requirements. The statute that authorizes this fishery is somewhat ambiguous in its language. Staff have historically interpreted this to mean, the language itself is, a vessel operating under the permit must have made in the previous calendar year a minimum of 5 landings that contained at least 15 pounds of black rockfish, blue rockfish, or nearshore fish. We have historically interpreted this to mean 15 pounds in each of the 5 language, so we're proposing rule language clarifying that interpretation. Moving on to the recreational groundfish fishery regulations, we have 3 items: bag limits, removing a kelp greenling minimum length limit, and then a requirement for descending devices. The current bag limit and sub-bag limits are shown here. Bag limits, again, similar to trip limits in the commercial fishery, stabilize and kind of limit the overall fishery harvest rate and are designed to keep catch under the annual limit while providing for a 12-month season. In the next few slides, I have some information on recent sport fishery dynamics as context for the bag limits we're proposing for next year. High effort is the story again this year for the recreational groundfish fishery. We've seen some very big increases in the last few years, and about a 50% increase from 2012 to 2015. Data for 2016 on these graphs is through October, so we'll see some increase when we get full end-of-the-year data. We do expect to see, we won't come in at 2015 levels, but it still is a pretty big increase compared to recent years. I should have pointed this out at the start, I'm sorry. The top left chart here shows effort in terms of angler trips targeting bottom fish in the recreational fishery. The bottom right graph shows black rockfish catch in numbers of fish. The species is the bread and butter of the sport groundfish fishery. The increase in total effort led to a similar spike in catch of these species. We've seen a very large increase in the number of black rockfish coming in this fishery in the past few years. This graph shows the cumulative harvest of black rockfish in 2016, which is the purple line that ends at October, 2015, which is the green line, and the blue line at the bottom is the average from 2010 through 2014. The dashed horizontal black line is the 2016 recreational harvest guideline, and the dashed red line is what will be the 2017 recreational harvest guideline. Note that in 2015 and now in 2016, we would have exceeded the 2017 harvest guideline. So we do see a need for some reduction from a full marine bag limit for black rockfish. The difference between the blue line, that's the average from 2010 to 14, and the others, again, highlights the recent increase in black rockfish catch. In addition to effort, the spike in the last 2 years coincides with lower sub-bag limits for blue rockfish and the prohibition on several other nearshore species, which probably increased relative targeting on black rockfish in this fishery. And then seeing this type of graph gives you an idea of the rate of accumulation of catch over the year and just illustrates what is probably an obvious fact that most of our fishery activity occurs in the summer months of June, July, and August when the lines there are the steepest. Switching to minor nearshore rockfish species, this graph shows the changing annual catches of this group, which includes blue and deacon rockfish from 2012 through 16. Again, 16 data is incomplete just through October. In last year's presentation to you, we discussed the high variability in past catches of this group, particularly of blue and deacon rockfish, and the fact that this variability makes it hard to predict future catches, so our modeling and catch projections have a lot of uncertainty associated with them. In contrast to black rockfish, blue and deacon rockfish catches do not correspond directly with effort levels, but instead we see highly variable and unpredictable catch rates from one year to the next. We hear fishermen say they move in and out of the area or they're just not biting, and we see similar variability in some of the surveys we're out on the water doing with some of our underwater survey efforts, etc. We saw some of that unpredictable catch play out this year in the form of a very low catch rate of blue and deacon rockfish compared to a very high rate last year. And I'll note while I'm talking about them that they are going to be assessed next year, so we are looking forward to results from that assessment and see what that has to tell us. In terms of public input, we had our primary series of public meetings for 2017 in August. We also received input from our Sport Advisory Committee and other anglers by email, phone, and in person, as well as at a public meeting on halibut regulations that we held in early October. There's quite a bit of overlap between our halibut and our groundfish anglers. We heard a mix of interest in being more precautionary in setting bag limits preseason to avoid any in-season changes, and being more aggressive with preseason limits with anglers who thought that there would be enough other things going on next year, and I'll get to that in a second, that we should maybe not be as concerned about black rockfish as our models suggest. We also heard quite a bit of input on descending devices, most of which supported requiring them, and a minority supported continuing outreach and keeping them voluntary. And we did hear consistent input to keep a rule on descending devices simple if we do make one. There's a discussion in your agenda item summary on uncertainty and risk tolerance for next year. We have a couple things going on in our recreational fisheries that introduce more uncertainty than usual into our modeling and our ability to project effort and catch for next year. And I think that's important context for thinking about the results of our modeling and our recommendations. In addition to the normal uncertainty of blue and deacon rockfish catch rates that I just described, we have two big new things. One is canary rockfish. This was another new assessment in 2015, and it found that canary rockfish was rebuilt from overfished status. In fact, had been rebuilt for several years and was quite healthy, productive, and capable of supporting a much higher harvest level than had been in place under the rebuilding plan. So we'll be proposing removing the sub-bag limit on canary rockfish, and we know that some anglers will be excited about the opportunity to keep them, and we have heard a number of people are interested in going out and targeting them. So we think that will relieve some pressure on black rockfish and other species in the marine bag limit, but it is difficult to quantify how much that change will be. In addition, we have a new opportunity next year for a long leader fishery, which is going to be a recreational, all-depth midwater fishery for rockfish species such as yellowtail and widow rockfish. This is something that will be occurring primarily in federal waters. It has been approved by the Pacific Fishery Management Council and is in between preliminary and final rule stage with the National Marine Fisheries Service. It's a gear configuration requiring at least a 30-foot leader to keep the hook up off the bottom and away from yellow eye rockfish. And I'd like to acknowledge Mr. John Holloway of Oregon, who was tirelessly instrumental in helping lead an experiment under a federal exempted fishery permit several years ago to test the hypothesis that this gear would be successful at targeting midwater rockfish species without yellow eye bycatch, and in also shepherding this through the Pacific Council process. We do expect a final federal rule to be published sometime next March, and in order to accommodate that rule timing in coordination with state rules, when the federal rule is final, we propose approving the long leader fishery via temporary state rule conforming with the federal rule, and then bringing it to you at your April meeting when this division will be open as you consider halibut regulations. And again, what this will allow is use of this gear outside of our seasonal depth restriction. The gear itself is legal now. You can fish it at any time and any place that groundfish fishing is allowed. But this rule would allow it to be used outside of our normal seasonal depth restriction in the summer, so provide some additional opportunity and hopefully take some, again, some pressure off of our nearshore black rockfish and other stocks. This slide shows our recommendations for 2017 bag limits with changes from 2016 indicated by underlined bold font for new items and struck out gray font for deleted items. We are proposing no change to the overall marine fish bag limit, which is 7. We are, again, proposing a new sub-bag limit of 6 black rockfish, removing the sub-bag limit for canary rockfish and for blue and deacon rockfish, and removing the prohibition on China, copper, and quillback rockfish, creating a new aggregate sub-bag limit of 4 blue and deacon, China, copper, and quillback rockfish in aggregate. So this would be the major, sorry, wrong term. This would be the minor nearshore rockfish species most frequently encountered in our recreational fishery, grouped together into one sub-bag limit. It'll allow anglers a little bit more opportunity, relieving those prohibitions from last year, and allow them some flexibility in what they do with these species. No change to the 1 sub-bag limit of cabezon, which would be closed as is status quo between January and the end of June, and continuing with no retention of yellow eye rockfish. We are proposing removing the 10-inch minimum length limit for kelp greenling. Based on the 2015 assessment, we are confident there's no conservation need for this. The stock is extremely productive. Few anglers keep fish that small, and it was removed in federal rules based on our recommendation. We recommend eliminating this requirement in state rule to simplify regulations. We think it's a fairly minor change. Finally, on descending devices. These are a range of devices that can be used to return rockfish to depth after capture, rockfish that must be released. And our species of most concern here is yellow eye rockfish. I believe we've spoken with you about this before, maybe in some of our field reports. Rockfish have a swim bladder, and expansion of gases in that swim bladder when they're brought up to the surface causes injury, pressure-related injury referred to as barotrauma. Also, due to the expanded gases, the fish are often quite bloated at the surface and can't swim back down on their own. Experiments conducted by ODFW staff have shown that if you can get a fish back down underwater, even after it has suffered fairly severe-looking barotrauma symptoms, survival rate appears to be good. And so we have been encouraging voluntary use of descending devices to return released rockfish to depth for the past few years. Shown on this slide is a table of survival rate for yellow eye rockfish at when released at the surface and then when released with a descending device, and the amount of savings in yellow eye rockfish mortality. You'll notice there are different rates per depth bin, and these rates are applied in the federal management process. So we do receive credit right now for yellow eye and canary rockfish that are released with descending devices. It's only those 2 species. They were the species of greatest concern in both the federal and state process when retention was prohibited of both, and they're the ones for which the research has been done to quantify some of what we know about survival after release with the descending device. There are a variety of different types of devices anglers can use, ranging from a simple inverted barbless hook with a weight attached somehow to something that's similar to a plastic vice grips pliers. And the one shown in the picture on the right there is a sequelizer. That's a pressure activated device. You can set it to release fish at a predetermined depth and then send your fish down and it will release. We did see that we ask anglers when we interview them dockside if they report releasing a canary or yellow eye rockfish. We asked if they used a descending device, and we saw a drop in use from the upper 60% range in 2015 to in the low 50% range in 2016. Although we did bring that back up somewhat later in 2016 after a concerted outreach effort prior to the summer all-depth halibut fishery. And we'll note that our modeling suggests that if there had been 100% use of descending devices with yellow eye rockfish released in 2016, we would have been able to avoid the in-season 20-fathom restriction to the bottom fish fishery. If you are interested, we do have a video. I'll note we've actually, part of our outreach efforts this past summer included distributing a number of devices that were provided by the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, and we had some partner organizations such as the Oregon Coalition Educating Anglers helping with distribution. We also developed a number of videos demonstrating how to use the various devices and providing information on the benefits. They're up on our website. If you're interested, I can run this one now, or I can just save the time and let you know that they're on our website and you can take a look yourselves.
Let's run it now.
Okay.
I second the motion.
Then we will.
Is that Tim Schwartz in that picture?
That is Patrick Myrick
Oh,
of the Marine Program in that picture, and it's not. Oh, let's see again. I see the play arrow on the big screen, but not on mine.
Here comes your technical assistant.
I'm
The IT
awfully glad
source.
for her today.
I think we can, so I just drag the mouse over to the screen.
Magic.
Oh, great.
This is what happens when a rockfish is brought from the depths to the surface. As it's brought to the surface, there's less pressure. The gas in the swim bladder expands, pushing out the stomach, possibly also the eyes. Fish released in this condition will float away on the surface and succumb to seagull predation or just die due to thermal shock. So you can send this fish down and increase its survival greatly. When releasing rockfish, one of the keys to survival is releasing that fish as soon as possible after you catch it. Studies have shown that survival decreases dramatically as the fish is on deck. In fact, within 2 minutes or so, the survival rates really start to drop. Therefore, it's very important to have your descending devices ready to go prior to fishing.
A lot of the research has shown by getting these fish back down in a fair amount of time, their survival rate is there. And we've been working on these projects for a couple years now, and the less mortality, the better for everything. So any aspect of device that a person can use to get these things back to depth, to recompress, is a benefit all the way around. So far, the survival rate is very, very high.
Good. When you're recompressing the fish has to go down at least 2 atmospheres, which is approximately 66 feet. Therefore, you don't want to use the 50-foot pressure setting on this one. It's not enough. So you want to go to at least the minimum of the 100-foot setting. And it's important to know, yes, you do not have to send the fish all the way down to the bottom. You know, sometimes that's not really feasible if you're fishing in 700 feet of water. So as long as you get it down, at least 60 feet of water, that's enough that the fish will repressurize and be able to swim down the rest of the way on its own.
And you get to catch them twice.
Yeah. Great. So I do want to express thanks to some of our I&E staff for assistance in producing these videos and getting them up on the web. And we do have a bunch more if you're interested, or if you would like to direct anyone you know to them. We have some that really focus on each type of descending device that are the major types that are in use and show people how to use them. And Amanda. F in technical. Not changing the screen.
Fascinating. Pelicans don't like it.
Or the seagulls.
Looks like it still shows something at the bottom of the video.
How?
teenage grandkids would have it fixed.
Great, I'll do that. I apologize. Our recommendation for descending devices is that you require all groundfish anglers to have a functional device on board and require use when releasing rockfish outside of 30 fathoms. That depth specification there is because not all rockfish require recompression. Barotrauma is less likely and less severe in shallower water. For fish that don't need help getting back down, less handling is better. That will improve their survival rates. We do see the most conservation benefits gained with this depth, and it aligns with our normal seasonal depth restriction of 30 fathoms, which hopefully simplifies it a little bit for anglers. I'll note that in your packet, our original staff recommendation was to exclude black, blue, deacon, yellowtail, and widow rockfish from the use requirement. These are the semi-pelagic species. They're often caught higher up in the water column, even when you're fishing in deeper water, and so less frequently suffer from barotrauma. We have had, I've heard from a bunch of anglers recently that they prefer a simpler, more straightforward rule and not excluding these species. Staff don't feel that there's a significant conservation difference either way, and so our current staff recommendation is actually to drop that exclusion from the rule. And let me just go back up. The word functional device up there at the top, we had some discussions among staff and with anglers and with enforcement on how to specify that a device was in working condition and accessible and what would be the clearest way to do that. And we landed on functional device as one that would be operable, available, and capable of doing the job of returning a fish to depth. That brings me overall to our summary of recommendations. I won't read through them here. I will summarize the summary by saying we recommend you adopt the OARs as shown in Attachment 3, with the exception of considering striking the exemption for certain species in the descending device requirement. And I would be happy to take any questions.
We have 4 people signed up for public testimony, so we'll be getting back to you.
Great.
Okay, let's, Mr. Mills, Mr. Harder, Mr. Keene, and Brian McLaughlin. If we'll grab another chair, we'll have a panel of 4. As one of you comes up, if you would just grab a chair. Okay, we'll start with Mr. Mills. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Hank Mills. I live in Milwaukee, Oregon. I'm a saltwater angler. I'm pretty good with most of the recommendations that the Fish and Wildlife Department has come up with for rockfish. The descending devices, number one priority. They're a necessity to keep our seasons open longer. The reduction in the black rockfish, I'm okay with that. That makes good sense. Allowing up to 7 canaries after such a long restriction of not being able to keep any doesn't really make a lot of sense. I can understand last year they gave us one, or this year actually, they gave us the go-ahead to keep 1 per angler, and that was okay. They've also come up with some better methods of determining the biomass of these fish through the ROV devices that they can go down and look and see what's there. And I'm still not convinced that the populations are healthy enough to allow a 7 fish bag limit on that particular species. I think it should be reduced down into a sub-bag limit with the other nearshore fish, which brings up my second point. I do not feel like there's been enough evidence scientifically to determine that the China rockfish are in abundance enough that we would be able to add 4 of those per day to our bag limit under the sub-bag. I think that all the nearshore fish that have been restricted should continue to be restricted. Not necessarily eliminated, but have just one of the 3 species allowed per angler per trip, instead of allowing 4 different ones of a mixed bag to be included in the 7 catch limit. If we're not good stewards of our fishery, we're not going to have a fishery for our children and our grandchildren. And this is one way that we can assure that we're not over-harvesting fish that haven't necessarily been scientifically proven that they're not in danger anymore. We need to be very conservative in our efforts and our requirements to keep these fish in the biomass so that they are available for the futures. Again, I'm going to go back to the descending devices. Fantastic things. For the last 10 years, I've been doing demonstrations at the Saltwater Fisherman Show, showing people how to use these things, and they do work.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mills. Mr. Harder.
My name is Rod Harder. I live at 1498 Marion Street in Salem. I think that Director Melcher and Commissioner Atkinson will, in my prior life, reflect that I have said I would never do fish. But here I am. At any rate, I want to start off with the descending device. I am not a huge fan of any kind of a mandate, but I think in this case, the way it's been adjusted by staff for 30 fathoms, it certainly is a saleable thing. I brought with me today some of the various tools, and I'll leave them with you for your individual perusal when I leave. This was the one as pictured that they used in the video. This little job here is the one that everyone has been passing out, the ones that fish, and I'll guarantee you it'll go through one end of your finger and out the other. And don't ask me how I know that. Then there's this one. Some are better than others, and this is one of the others. This one just hooks on the jaw like the pliers did and comes off. And once I read the directions that you only use it for fish that under 3 pounds, it worked a lot better for me. This one is the top of the line. They sell, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of $40, but it's absolutely the way to go. It is so easy. You hook it on the fish's lower jaw and just close that shut. You can adjust it here for 50 to 100 and 150 feet. Simply take this and clip it on your line. If you're fishing for halibut, just clip it above your leader. Send it back down. You can stay down there and fish. When it gets to the predetermined depth, it releases the fish. And it's great. And I want to make one point for our law enforcement friends that are in the back of the room. Just because you use one of these descenders doesn't mean the fish is going to go all the way down every time. Fish escape. That's just the way it is. It happens. And so I would urge the law enforcement people, if they see a floater, not to come to the immediate conclusion that somebody hadn't been using a descender, particularly around the charters, where they will come off, they will fall off. But I am in favor of the mandate. Quickly, I was a little bit puzzled about the increase from 1 to 7, but I did see where the ACL came out and allowed you to do that as far as the canaries go. I think it will take some pressure off the black rockfish. And I would like to say that we're going to have some confusion here. Actually, about as much confusion as the last election when it comes to the change on the species of the four that went from one fish or from no fish to 4 fish. Basically, we can take 4 of those fish. And that is going to be a real problem, I think, for staff who needs to make a real outreach. And at the Oregon Ocean Convention, we are going to, again, try to get that education out as well as the use of descenders. Thank you very much, and I'd answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, we're going to have a couple more testimonies, and then we might ask you one, Mr. Harder. Thank you. Mr. Keene.
Good morning. My name is Edmund Keene. I'm the past president of OCEAN, the Oregon Coalition for Educating Anglers. I was president of that organization for 3 years. I am currently a board member. I'd just like to mention, which hasn't been mentioned, that rockfish, the ones that we have been releasing that are considered threatened, are fish that can live 75, 80, 100 years. So I am very concerned when we say now in a bag limit we can keep these fish that for 12, 13, 14 years we have been releasing. They do not reproduce as a salmon in a 3 or 4 year or 6 year period. These fish don't mature sexually until maybe they're 15 or 20 years old. So I'm rather skeptical of the scientific, quote, assessments that have been made in 1 year. All of a sudden, these species now are well within harvest bags. Our organization has given away over 10,000 of these release devices. We have become the model for the United States in many respects. I have inquiries from all over the United States to ask how we have achieved the goals we have. As a group, we should be very proud. Oregon should be very proud that they've been the leaders in helping to reduce and keep our ocean healthy. It's not something that can be reproduced very quickly. If we harvest old, mature fish, it might be 50 years before we can see a renewal. As I mentioned, I have inquiries from all over. I'd like to mention 2 quickly. I had an inquiry from a guide who fishes for lake trout in California. We corresponded. I sent him one of the pressure release devices, and he's absolutely tickled pink with it. The crowning jewel in how far the outreach of this endeavor that we have is that I had an inquiry from Stockholm, Sweden. So, folks, we're not alone in this. I think we've seen a great deal of depletion in ocean stocks. We are the stewards, as Hank so eloquently mentioned. So I would say if we're going to make an error in increasing bag limits on anything, that we should make an error to less, not more. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin.
Thank you. Chair Finley, members of the Commission, Director Melcher, good afternoon. My name is Brian McLaughlin. I reside at 7310 Southwest Ashdale Drive, Portland, Oregon. And I'm testifying today on only on my behalf. I'll try to keep this short and sweet because most of my comments will echo what the other gentleman up here just said. You know, as far as for me, the descender devices are a no-brainer. They're free or inexpensive. In fact, I got mine about 3 years ago from your group, and I appreciate that, sir. Kudos to you and your group for doing what you do. They're easy to use. They extend our fishing seasons, and they're good for conservation. When I bring up a yellow eye, you know, I got to put it back. So why not take the effort and get it down there? If it's only 43% chance it's going to make it, well, that's better than zip. So I absolutely support the rule to make them mandatory and for people to use them. As far as the proposal, I generally support it. I just wanted to give you my general feelings. I'm very relatively new to Oregon. I've been down here about 5 years. I grew up in the Puget Sound area. As a kid, I used to fish the Puget Sound, San Juan Islands, and all that stuff. And we had opportunity very similar to what we now have in Oregon, as far as open seasons for rockfish and things like that. Well, now, it's closed up there. There's a very short window for lingcod, but it's closed because of the Endangered Species Act. And I'm not suggesting that the science isn't right, and I'm not suggesting that the ecology or biology of the Sound and San Juan's is the same as the ocean. But I would just urge this commission, be cautious, both for commercial fishing and for recreational fishing, because we already have yellow eye rockfish, an issue with that, and you know, I don't want to see what happened to my, you know, where I grew up, come down here, because it's not a pretty situation. I would also say be cautious in this, because whether the bag limit is 5, 6, 7, that doesn't matter as much to me as that I have an opportunity to go fish where I want to fish, when I want to fish. I've got a relatively small boat. I got a busy schedule with my family and whatnot, and who knows what the weather and the bar conditions are going to be. So I don't know if I can generally get out. And so whether it's in May or July or September, or even in November, I want to be able to have that opportunity to go out and fish where I want to fish and, you know, bring a few fish home. So I support adopting regulations that are precautionary in the sense that we're not going to run up against emergency regulations like we had last year. Because personally, I fish a reef for lingcod that's, you know, beyond 20 fathoms and within 30 fathoms, and that was closed last year, and so I didn't get to do that. I supported the regulation for conservation purposes, but I sure wish there could have been proactive steps taken so that the emergency regulation wasn't necessary. And that brings me to kind of my last point on this. I know this is a little off topic because it kind of concerns halibut, but I might not be before the commission again next spring. If you can give the staff the tools they need to do in-season adjustments, so if, for instance, the yellow eye impacts are really high during the halibut season, it doesn't adversely impact the nearshore fishery for rockfish during the summer season. And I don't know if that's really the case or not. I've heard some things about it, but just give staff the opportunity to adjust in season if they can to avoid that situation. And just finally, I got to say kudos to the staff, ODFW, and whoever else worked on this long leader fishery. I have caught a lot of yellowtail rockfish suspended out there during the October to March period, if I can get out, and it's a great fishery. And I have hopes that it will allow recreational fishermen like myself, charter businesses, to put a lot of our pressure on that instead of on the black rockfish, which, as you saw by the charts, we're kind of pushing up against our trip limit. So I think it was a creative effort, and I applaud the department and everybody who got it done. Thank you.
Gentlemen, we hear a lot of testimony here over time. I just want to thank you for making it meaningful. Bringing the devices was very welcome, and your thoughtful approach and suggestions. That's what we're looking for here, is meaningful testimony. Yes, sir?
Yeah, if I just might take 10 seconds or so. We work very closely with ODFW, OSP, and International Pacific Halibut Commission, the Pacific States Fisheries, and as I say, they have been very supportive to us, and I just want to thank ODFW for that's where we got our first seed money from. But Ocean is now independent. We're a 501c3, and we send these things out. The packets that I've given to you this morning we finance that. We not only buy the ingredients that are in those packets, but we also pay the postage and the stationery, everything.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Weber.
And anyone sitting there can answer, but I'm trying to figure out this 30 fathom. Hank, I think, suggested maybe that was, we shouldn't even use that, and I'm trying to figure out, is that a good line, or is it easy to figure out? Should we have it some other place?
Go ahead. Commissioner Weber, 30 fathom has been set as the outward limit for bottom fish during the regular season. So that line, it's a line in the ocean, and it's just in rule now. So I think that's why they chose that. Now, why they chose that, staff chose that, I have no idea. But yes, that's as good a boundary as there is, because we can't fish beyond that line anyway during the regular season except for halibut. Then, as of 1 October, then we can fish until 1 April out there. So the 30 fathom line is something that's designated already in regulations with all the latitude and longitude points.
And so
I might add that 30 fathoms isn't a magic number.
Right.
I've caught many fish in 20 fathoms of water
Sure.
that were suffering from
yeah.
barotrauma and had to send them back down with the descending devices. I'm a little skeptical about setting a 30 fathom rule. It should be any fish that's showing obvious signs of barotrauma should be sent back down, regardless of the depth.
One other thing I might mention is we keep mentioning these release devices. The release device is only 1/3 of the system that's needed in order for these fish to be descended properly and for them to recompress. You also need 100 foot, at least 100 foot of line. You also need sometimes a very large weight.
Up to 4 pounds or more.
And so it's only part of a system. So if you had one of these things on board and you didn't have the other pieces to make the system, it's of little use.
To further expand my question, your question just a little bit, hopefully through our education program we'll get to enough people and they will automatically descend it without making a mandatory inside. Because outside of 30 fathom, where halibut season takes place, or where the majority of halibut are caught during the regular season, that's where the biggest impact would come for the majority of the fish that we're trying to protect. So, and as was stated previously, the ones that they were going to accept are midwater fish. You catch them on the bottom occasionally, but they are midwater fish, and probably 50% of the time you catch them somewhere other than on the bottom.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Buckmaster.
Does the addition of the word functional device, is that what incorporates the system you're talking about? I mean, just holding up your orange piece isn't going to do it.
None of these devices, as they're presented here, can work.
So are you comfortable with staff saying functional, which would, I believe, is maybe I should wait.
I think maybe functional system might be a more appropriate way to put it.
Yeah, I agree.
We'll address staff then. Thank you.
And I might mention that Ocean, these two gentlemen seated on both sides of me, we have all been working for 15 years or more to try and keep Oregon's fishermen on the water.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, I have a question.
It's all about being responsible.
Yes, it is, and that's the question I want to ask. The rule currently reads, all vessels engaged in sport fishing activities shall have a functional, could add system, descending device on board. Okay. So my question is, I've been on vessels where we'll hook up 3 or 4 or 5 fish, party boats particularly. What do you think about, after the word device, per rod fished, or some way to equate to the potential versus having just one device on board for 4 or more rods?
Well, I might address that. It is possible to descend fish very quickly, but if you were a charter where you had 8 or 10 people on board, one descender would probably not be enough. So, I mean, if you said one descender for every 4 or every 6 or every 5, whatever, I don't know what would be a good number.
I don't either. That's why I asked you.
That would need to be addressed separately with the charter industry and not just the sport fishermen.
Right.
Because our smaller boats, we generally have 3 to 5 people at the
Fishermen, yeah.
most, and one descending device is adequate for that number of fishermen.
Okay.
But unfortunately, these rules apply to the commercial.
Yes.
So we're trying to get you guys to help us here. How do we tweak these to make them
Well, the commercial
work?
guys have not been very cooperative with us on this. They,
Yeah, charters have not, a lot of charters just will not take the time or the effort.
Well, now they're going to. So now we're just trying to figure out how many we need.
Yeah.
And how if there's some rational way to.
I would think if it was 4 would probably be a low number, and 6 or 8 would be a high number.
depending on whether they're 6-man, 12-man, or 18-man.
Well, but if we said one descending descending device per 5 rods.
I think that's fine. I think that, that would be.
And then cover everybody.
I've been out there fishing next to a boat with 18 fishermen on board. Drift over a school of yelloweye, and you got 13 yelloweye on the surface. How are you going to get them all back down with one rod?
Yeah. It's a team effort to do this.
I have actually brought my gear up, went around, scooped the fish up with my net, and descended them with my own gear to get them back down.
I think we all have.
Okay. Very cool. Commissioners, any other questions? Okay. Gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been worthwhile.
Thank you.
Okay, Maggie. Commissioner Buckmaster.
Maggie, thank you. I've got 3 quick things. Is it the nature of these fish that we could use slot limits to identify sexually mature and release sexually mature fish, or is that impossible with the fish, the way the fish are?
Thank you, Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster. It is probably not possible due to their growth and maturity rates. There's once they're of the size that they would be mature, there's a very small physical growth rate, and it would be difficult to use slot limits for that purpose.
The second question I had to do with the logbook reporting and the compliance. What is it possible for a commercial fisherman not to comply and continue to fish the next year?
Thank you, Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster. It is. There is no current requirement, for example, for renewal of a commercial nearshore permit tied to compliance rates. We do provide compliance information to Oregon State Police, and they follow up on compliance violations as they see fit based on the information they have, but there is no direct tie to whether or not someone can fish the following year or not.
I would be very interested in seeing a recommendation from staff to the idea that you can ignore compliance and continue to fish without bringing yourself back into compliance in some manner. And I don't know how to do that, but it's something that I think we should consider. The last one is, I was looking through all these numbers to see if I could identify an impact on harvest caused by the marine reserves. That was one of the questions that was going, at least in the North Coast. What's that going to do to harvest? Frankly, I couldn't glean anything. Is it because it's not there?
Thank you, Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster. It is certainly not in the information provided in this agenda item summary. We do have a human dimensions research program going as part of our Marine Reserve's efforts, and one of their goals is to quantify impacts on existing fisheries. I do not have information, and it has not been going for very long at this point. They may have some very preliminary information, but I don't have it. I'd be happy to follow up with you if you're interested.
Yes, thank you. That's all.
If I may, Chair and Commissioner Buckmaster, just provide some back to the compliance information, just some context. Currently, the only permit we have that is tied to compliance, logbook compliance, is our limited entry sardine permit. That's at a much smaller scale. We do feel that a 90% compliance rate actually is relatively high. There is a little bit of potential for uncertainty there just due to challenges with matching fish tickets, particularly from deliveries that are split between two or more different buyers from a trip and logbooks. So there's some challenge there, but overall we are happy with that return rate, and we feel that almost all fishers are very cooperative in complying with our nearshore logbook.
Thank you. I won't lose any sleep then. Thank
you. Mr. Worley.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Maggie. It's now afternoon. I remember a discussion we had, it may have been last year, and some concern about kind of the backlog of logbook entry. And I think it was related to staff, lack of staff. So I was just wondering if that staff position had been filled, if that's still a concern, and is it the push for electronic entry, is that helping that situation, or is that a completely different issue?
Thanks, Chair Finley and Commissioner Woolley. The staff position has been filled, and in fact, the person we have in that position has been extremely productive. We are delighted to have her on board. Electronic, there has not yet been a push for electronic logbooks in this fishery, particularly because of the nature of this fishery. Again, small boat, often very, very open deck area. You would have to have a weatherproof unit, et cetera. So I think that's probably unrelated to what we're looking at here.
Okay. And then one of the testifiers talked about some of the life cycle and gestational period of rockfish and the concern about that in terms of a take of rockfish. And I just wondering how that was considered, in your consideration for your recommendations.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Finley and Commissioner Woolley. That's a great question, and that there were a lot of very good concerns I think raised in the public testimony. These are very long-lived, often late maturing species. That is taken into consideration in the stock assessments, which are extremely rigorous and comprehensive in considering reproductive rates and fecundity, maturity rates, natural mortality from non-fishing sources, changes in age and growth over time, et cetera. A lot of aspects of the biology and physiology of these fish species, and that is all factored into the assessment outcome, which is both an estimate of stock biomass over time, but also an estimate of sustainable harvest levels in the form of what we get from assessments is known as the overfishing level, and that sets kind of the highest amount above which it would be considered unsustainable removals of that stock. In the federal process, which starts all this, and we are several steps down, there are a number of steps to reduce allowable harvest levels below that overfishing level, and those account for factors including scientific uncertainty in an assessment, as well as uncertainty in management's ability to track and monitor fishery landings and make sure we stay under harvest levels. So there are built-in precautionary buffers as we drop down from the overfishing level through several steps specified by the Federal Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Management Act to arrive at what we use as a management target, which is the annual catch limit. So we are comfortable that the biology of the stock has been taken into account in the assessments and in the estimation of sustainable harvest levels, and that there has been adequate precaution in setting our sustainable catch targets. It might be, if I can get this to work now, interesting to show, I have just a couple backup slides here. For the China rockfish assessment in particular, I know there have been some concerns raised about this species. China rockfish, the assessment was considered a full or benchmark assessment, but it did not have a significant amount of data from any source other than fisheries. And as I mentioned earlier, fishery data can be confounded or biased due to a lot of things like regulations determining when and where people can fish, as well as market factors that influence what size fish are desirable, how much of what each species, of which species is wanted when. And so kind of a gold standard for information for a stock assessment is fishery-independent data. That would be data collected through a scientifically designed experimental study, although those are usually conducted using the same techniques that fisheries use to capture fish. So it would be hook and line or long line or trawl surveys, but conducted in times and areas and other manners according to experimental design principles. That is something we would love to see more of in the China rockfish stock assessment. The assessors were very well aware that that was not there, and that is factored into their outcome. These slides right here, this one is just to orient you. The assessment broke the China rockfish stock down into 3 areas coast-wide. Ours is the central stock, which extends from the Washington-Oregon border down to, I think that's Cape Mendocino. And for that stock, this is the bottom line outcome. This is the bottom line outcome for all 3 of those areas of stocks for China rockfish. And what's on here are the biomass trends over time. Those are the colored lines, and the purple one is the central area. The horizontal lines are the management target, which is 40% of the estimated unfished biomass. And the 25% level is the one at which ground fish are considered overfished. So this assessment, using the data it had available, concluded that China rockfish, when fishing really started ramping up on this, as is the normal pattern, saw a decrease in the relative spawning stock biomass. That's the measure used for stock size estimation. And then it has been relatively stable for about the past 10 years at about 61 to 62% of unfished spawning stock biomass. And that's well above the 40% target and considered healthy and a good status. Acknowledging that, one of the things that comes out of an assessment and out of an independent peer review process of the assessment is a set of research and data recommendations. And I'm not going to go through all of the information on this slide, but this was just to illustrate that the assessors and the reviewers thought hard about this, and they are making recommendations for in particular, some fishery-independent data for China rockfish, and this would also extend to other nearshore rockfish species. I'll say within the marine program, that is certainly a priority for us, and we've been doing a lot of work to develop our capacity to conduct fishery-independent surveys. We've been working on a lot of visual tools and techniques, and starting to think about some acoustic tools, and really collaborating with state and federal partners coast-wide. To share all of our learning as we are all kind of developing these methods. Having said all that, This is the best available science. I understand there are concerns that even as such, it's still lacking, but the amount of information that went into this and then the amount of precaution that was used in setting the harvest levels allows me to feel very comfortable with the harvest guidelines then that we are recommending for minor nearshore rockfish species in Oregon. And one final point on this. This graph shows, kind of gives us an idea of what we expect catches to be under an aggregate 4-fish sub-bag limit. And this is a graph actually we put together a couple years ago. This was regulations prior to 2015, so prior to the prohibition on retention of China copper and quillback and the low sub-bag limit on blue and deacon rockfish. So when all of these species shown here were an unrestricted part of the 7-fish marine bag, this is the average number of each one of these species that an angler caught, that were, sorry, let me look at this again. This is the percent of trips on the y-axis here, which had the number of each one of these species caught in each one of the bins shown on the x-axis. So you can see that for almost all trips, there were 0 China copper or quillback caught. And you really only start to see any appreciable numbers for blue rockfish. Very few anglers are catching these species. We don't expect to see most people coming in with 4 China rockfish or 4 coppers or blues are another story. We heard, again, a couple years ago when we went through the process of initially having to deal with the reduced federal ACL for minor nearshore rockfish and set a blue and deacon rockfish sub-bag limit. We heard some public testimony, particularly from charter fishermen, that you run into a school of them and you can't stay out, and you bring a bunch on board at once, and so please allow us to keep some and not discard them and waste them. And I think that catch pattern, we do see a little bit more in blue rockfish. They are less solitary than the other species shown here, and so we might tend to see a few more of those in that 4-fish sub-bag. But we still think that will provide anglers some flexibility, but we don't expect to see full sub-bags of China rockfish in particular.
Okay, thank you, Maggie. Commissioners, any other questions? Mr. Weber.
Is there any magic percentage for the logbooks in terms of how much information you need to say that you got enough?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, the short answer is no. We certainly want to have as much as possible. There is no magic number. We are certainly happy with the 90% we're getting now.
Now, my belief is that you or we have to work fairly hard to get that. I mean, contacting, I think there's probably some people that send it in regularly, and then there's some people that you have to bug over and over and over and over to get them to do it. Is that correct?
That is correct to some degree. A lot of what we're doing in contact is it's not just bugging someone about sending in their logbooks. It's providing some explanation either on how to fill out the logbooks, or it's also just another opportunity to talk about other fishing regulations and have someone on the line who can answer questions. So we actually think that contact is valuable.
Okay, it seemed like we were spending a lot of time, but you're saying that it's valuable in other ways than just chasing these down. Now, on the depth, we picked this 30 fathom, or somebody did, and Rod mentioned that, and I checked, and from April to September, that area inside of that is the only place you can fish for rockfish. Is that correct? And so we don't need the descending devices within that area?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, that's correct. We chose the 30 fathom depth restriction primarily because it is outside of that where we see the biggest difference in survival. And you can see that somewhat in the table on slide. I'm sorry, I can't see the slide number. My vision is not good enough with these glasses. It's the one up on screen. We do see, that's the depth at which we really start seeing survival without help descending and recompression decrease, and we do see kind of a substantial increase with that. So that's where we get the biggest bang for the buck. It does also line up with a line that anglers are already having to think about. There are different management lines in regulation that we could choose, but this one is, again, we heard some interest in keeping it simple. This one's already in place. And again, there is nothing magic about 30 fathoms. There are fish that come up inside of that will need recompression, and there are some fish that won't. It is our hope that as we start into requiring this device through regulation, that the requirement to carry a device will make sure that there's one on board. And then through our education and outreach, we can start to help educate anglers on what the signs of barotrauma are and when to recompress a fish, and that anglers will have the tool and then have the knowledge to do the right thing even when they're inside 30 fathoms if it's not required in that area. We did discuss writing a rule that required use for any fish showing signs of barotrauma, because that's when it's really needed, from a practical standpoint. We did hear quite a bunch that for inexperienced anglers in particular, the signs might not always be obvious. And we also heard that would be very challenging to define and to enforce. So this seemed to be the cleanest way of accomplishing the most good for the fish.
Okay, so now we heard some talk about the number of devices per fisherman. Is that something you considered and left it at just one per boat?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Finley. Commissioner Weber, we did not discuss more than one device per boat. As we had our discussions with the public, both with private anglers and with charter representatives on this, we framed it as requiring a device be on board. We have heard that, I've heard from charter operators who have larger boats who say they have two setups on board, and they'll just have a sequelizer set up on an electric reel that makes it easy, and they can get the fish back down very quickly. In some cases, as this picture on the slide illustrates, you can send more than one fish down at once if you have enough weight on there. And, again, it was in listening to the public testimony here, I would be concerned that we did not have a chance for public input from the charter vessels in particular on how this would work for them. I think it would be good to have an opportunity for that. One thing I didn't make clear earlier in my presentation is that the rule we're proposing today requires descending devices for groundfish fisheries. We also really want to see use in halibut fisheries, and we will be coming to you in April of next year with halibut regulations, and we are intending to bring the same requirement for halibut fisheries then. If you don't mind, I was taking notes then, and let me make sure I hit everything that I thought was... there was one more important point that one of the, I believe it was Mr. McLaughlin raised, which is on halibut flexibility, and that's related to this. I mentioned in my presentation that we saw a drop in reported use in 2016, and if there had been 100% use with released yellow eye, we could have avoided the 20-fathom depth restriction. Where we saw that big drop in use was in our spring all-depth halibut fishery. That's where we see the most, not the most necessarily, but we see a lot of yellow eye caught in that fishery. one of the things that has hampered us is an inability under federal rule to make changes to our state halibut fisheries based on bycatch of other species. We did just get the Pacific Fishery Management Council to approve changing that in federal rule, and NIMS approved too. So that's something that we expect to see in federal halibut rules for next year that will allow us flexibility to make changes in season. So that was a side note, but related. I just wanted to comment that is not, it's not something the commission needs to take care of. We will have that in place.
So you're saying that you wouldn't want us to set a 1 per 5 rods without talking to the commercial people before we did it?
Chair,
if you were making the decision?
That would certainly be my decision.
Okay.
And Chair Finley and Commissioners, I would concur 100% with Maggie on that. I think this is a starting point here. It doesn't mean it's where we're going to end, but we're trying to raise awareness. We had relatively good participation in the voluntary descending device use. That has dropped off a little bit. We're upping the ante here a little bit with recommending requirement that each vessel have one and use it outside of 30 fathoms. We may end up a year from now coming in and saying we want to go to 20 fathoms, or we just want to make it required of all groundfish and halibut fisheries. But before we go and make changes by 1 per every angler must have one, I want to make sure that we've had a little bit broader public discussion. And I can imagine on it, if you went to the extreme of 1 for every angler on board. Remember, the charter boat might only have 1 deckhand, so there may not be anyone to operate those. But also, just the physical carrying around an additional 4 or 5 pound weight plus the full system to utilize the descender device, as was pointed out. It's not just about having the little device in your pocket or on the board or on board the vessel. So I agree with Maggie's recommendation.
Well, one other question, and what, we say here a functional descending device, but I don't know what the definition of that is, and we might want to kind of clarify that for enforcement and for the public to understand what we're talking about.
Thanks.
In the rule, the last sentence does define, under the subsection E, it does say what it means. So if there were a place to add clarification, it seems that would be the place to do so. Sorry, Maggie, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, I was just trying, what were you considering when you said functional?
Thanks, Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, and thank you, Commissioner Anderson. That's helpful. And we were trying to encompass both accessibility and workability of a device. And this was developed in consultation with enforcement. And in fact, they said they would be good with the word functional, that would allow them kind of the scope and discretion when they're doing a check on anglers to determine whether a device, is out. We don't want to just require a device on board and have it be brand new in a package stowed up in the bow and inaccessible. We want it to be available, and we want it to be set up. In other words, this covered kind of, I think, what we've been talking about is the system concept, set up and ready to use so that there is no delay in returning a fish to depth. We talked about the potential for really specifying that in rule language and in black and white, and we landed on probably leaving it as the term functional as probably the best approach that would cover the intent and give enforcement the appropriate discretion to make a determination.
Yeah, and I think I agree that, this is kind of step one, and we're obviously in the future going to look at this again and fix whatever doesn't work. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other questions of the commissioners? Ready for a motion?
May I may I just clarify, Maggie, that we were presented with the draft rule, but it's the staff recommendation that we strike the exception for the Black Blue Deacon complex, correct?
Yes.
That's your recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make the motion.
As a point of clarification, could I ask where exactly you were pointing to in the rule that refers to that exception for the deacon fish?
Well, I can state it in a motion as I will, but on page 5, subsection capital E.
What
line, starting on line 162. My motion would read as it was drafted here, but I would add to strike that exception on lines 162 to 164.
Okay.
Okay. So in that case, I move to adopt the recommended recreational and commercial groundfish regulations as proposed by staff in attachment 3, to direct department staff to add to the adopted regulations the appropriate citations to the 2017-2018 National Marine Fisheries Service groundfish rules when those federal rules are adopted, and to direct department staff to wait to file the commission's adopted regulations with the Secretary of State until after department staff has added the appropriate citations. And I would add to strike language from rules page 5, line 162, except that it is not required for, and the species to follow to the end of that sentence.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Anderson and seconded by Commissioner Buckmaster. Any further discussion or comments? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you.
Nice work.
May I address the board briefly?
Sure.
There was some question about types of devices and stuff, and in the early days, we did all kinds of experiments trying to figure out the best way to save these fish. A lot of people used milk crates with a heavy weight tied to each corner, and then in the center of the milk crate, they would put a rope and descend them down inside of the crate, and when it got down to the depth that the fish was active again, it would swim out of the basket. We've discovered that those are not very safe for the fish because they get themselves beat up inside of the cage on their way down. For clarification on what a descending device is, I think it should be stated somewhere in the language that the device must attach to the fish's jaw to send it down.
Good point.
That will save an awful lot of fish.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You want us to do that now or bring it back? No. Okay. It'll be brought back to us. I think that's a really good idea. Thank you very much, sir. All right, so we're at a point now that our lunch is on hold and it won't last much longer. So I'm going to suggest that we take 30 minutes for lunch, commissioners. Can you do that? Can we get you out of here? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back a few minutes after 1 o'clock.
And if you're still here, you don't have a life.
Yeah, if you're crazy enough to hang around.
You notice how I walk?
Mouth is not letting me.
All right.
What's the problem? The mouse isn't letting me close it. There we go.
We're going to get back into session.
In the book.
Our next
thank you.
issue is Exhibit B,
I'm fine, I'm fine.
a sensitive species list update. Michelle Weaver.
And Martin Nugent.
Yes, and Martin Nugent. Okay, guys, thank you for coming. It's all yours. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Finley, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Martin Nugent, and I'm Threatened, Endangered and Sensitive Species Coordinator in the Wildlife Division. And we're here to provide you with an update to changes made to the sensitive species list that resulted from the most recent review. The purpose today is informational only and is not rulemaking. And I will lead the wildlife side, and Michelle will take the lead on the fish material that follows. I want to begin the presentation with an amendment and an apology. In the packet of materials that were sent to you, we included, as a matter of convention, the grey wolf, species that are delisted from the Endangered Species Act have been typically moved there. But we decided not to include the grey wolf in the sensitive species list. We determined that the addition was unnecessary because the grey wolf is managed under its own management plan, the Oregon Wolf Conservation Management Plan, and its own administrative rules under Division 110. So wolves are, the focus is already in place, and we feel it's unnecessary to include it on the sensitive species list.
Okay, good afternoon. Chair Finley, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Michelle Weaver. I'm the ESA Program Specialist for Fish Division in the Conservation Recovery Program. So we're going to provide a quick outline of what the sensitive species list is. Martin will provide the procedures on how we made some changes to the list, and then we'll both give a summary of what those changes were. So part of ODFW's mission to protect fish and wildlife species and to provide a proactive and positive approach to species conservation, we created the sensitive species list. It was created as a non-regulatory tool for ODFW to help focus fish and wildlife management, research, monitoring efforts to those species of greatest conservation need. The intent of this list is to prevent species from becoming eligible to be listed as threatened or endangered on the state's threatened and endangered species list. So sensitive is defined as those species that have one or more risks to their populations, habitat quantity, habitat quality, or are declining in number so that they're at risk for becoming eligible for state threatened and endangered status. Some of the criteria that we use for determining species that go on this list include declining populations, declining habitat availability, predation, disease, contaminants, overutilization, and things like species that have naturally limited range or rare occurrence. On our updated list, we have two categories. Everything on the list we consider a sensitive species, and then we have a subcategory, sensitive critical. And that sensitive critical designation are those species of particular conservation concern that are facing either current or legacy effects to their abundance, distribution, habitat, so that they may become eligible for listing as threatened or endangered if conservation actions are not taken. So we designate species on this list based on geographic groupings of populations, segments, or habitats, depending on the taxa. We use the term taxa to represent species, subspecies, or management units. And this map here depicts, so what are some of those general management units are for fish. Our native fish conservation policy says that we're going to use species management units as the listing unit for fish, and that's how we're going to manage and assess those populations. Some of the boundaries for some species are not exactly as represented on this list. For example, bull trout species management units are at a finer scale than what's here, but this shows a general idea of what the fish species management units are.
On the wildlife side, wildlife species are designated as sensitive by ecoregion, and there are 9 ecoregions, and this is consistent entirely with the Oregon Conservation Strategy, which you'll be familiar with, and those are the units that we use for wildlife. The sensitive species list originally was created in 1988, and the list itself was last updated in 2008. And the most recent update was delayed so as to allow us to align this review with the extensive review, analysis, and species status reviews undertaken in 2016 for the Oregon Conservation Strategy. And this revision allowed us to use that same information, the best information we had, and allowed internal and external reviews of that same information. The list itself was based upon that review. The list was amended accordingly, which we will talk about in details a little bit later on. We did a number of things as a matter of housekeeping. We aligned the changes that were made to species common names and both scientific names in the conservation strategy, and that involved some new scientific names that by common convention have been adopted. It also meant that we merged some species, for instance, willow flycatcher, and also recognized some subspecies for the first time, including black swift burrowing owl and species of that nature. The Oregon Conservation Strategy brings together the best available science information and presents a menu of recommended voluntary actions and tools for all Oregonians. And that has been outlined in the process that we came to you earlier last year. And the goals of the strategy are to maintain healthy fish and wildlife populations by maintaining and restoring functional habitats and preventing declines of at-risk species. So in this effort, both lists focus on the species of highest conservation need, and for the most part, this list of the sensitive species is a subset of that we have identified as strategy species. It is limited to fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals, and by implication does not include invertebrates, plants, algae, or fish and marine mammals that occur only in the nearshore ecoregion. ODFW completed, as I mentioned, the extensive review and revision to the list in parallel with the conservation strategy. And species reviews were conducted in a way such as that we used the very best scientific information, and reviews conducted from multiple sources, including conservation plans, recovery plans, other management plans for species, other data that we had collected by staff and our partners, and the extensive literature review available on each of the species that we were looking at. And so the information gained during that, the development of the conservation strategy was used in the same process. In that same process, there was significant stakeholder and public involvement that occurred during the compilation of the strategy and for the strategy species list itself. And in so doing, we reached out to over 200 technical experts, tribal experts, federal and state agency representatives to help us move forward with that process.
So I mentioned earlier that the sensitive species list was created as a non-regulatory tool for ODFW. But here I'd like to point out that it does have some regulatory context, offers some landowner incentives, and has some protections available to the species that are on the list. It's referenced in ODFW's chemical process mining and in-water blasting permits. Other state agencies reference sensitive species within their administrative rules. For example, Department of Forestry, Department of State Lands, Water Resources, Marine Board, all reference sensitive species within their rules. An example of how it's used sometimes is the Department of State Lands has removal fill permits. And if for small scale projects, sometimes people get exemptions from that permit. And if those are in an area where there's sensitive species, that triggers a need for that permit and allows ODFW to provide comment and input to those projects. So the current list has increased in taxa from 139 to 149 taxa. Remember, taxa is species, subspecies, or management units, and so that number is higher than the number of species that are actually represented on the list. You can see the breakdown by taxa in the table there. For example, on the first line, there are 37 sensitive taxa, 17 are sensitive critical, and that represents 23 species of fish. For the fish species update, we currently have, on the revised list, have 54 taxa. That's representing 23 species. We did remove 2 taxa for this updated list and added 5 taxa, and 11 taxa were reclassified from sensitive critical to sensitive. As we've drafted and completed recovery plans, management plans, and conducted additional surveys, we're able to better understand what our populations are doing and make adjustments to the species and taxa that are on this list.
On the wildlife side, we have 95 taxa on the new revised list. And from that list, we added 17 new species or taxa to the 2016 list. And there were a number of species that we included because of the review through the conservation strategy indicated that. 9 species were elevated to critical that were otherwise just sensitive, and that included species such as the tufted puffin that was found in small breeding locations along the coast, is already in concern in Washington state, and there was a recent problem in Alaska. There were many tufted puffins washed up, probably as a result of warming ocean conditions and starvation, and that was quite a big deal just in the last couple of weeks. And those were the species that, on the wildlife side, that we revised and updated, and 10 species were removed, as I indicated, and those were species where we felt from the best information available through the conservation strategy, they were dropped from that list and either put on nearshore watch list, or we feel they were data gap species where we had inadequate information to justify putting them on the current list. With the list that we have provided and is in your packet, we will, following today, make this available through the department's website and distribute it widely electronically to partners and other people with an interest. And we will plan, even though we can add, subtract, or amend the list at any time administratively, we will certainly do so formally by 2021, which is required under the rule. With that, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Let's see, we have one person for testimony, and then we'll call you both back up. Mary Ann Nash.
I don't need to testify, so you can leave them sitting up there.
All right, please take your seats again. Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Woolley.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to know, which taxa down to species were added and which were removed. Is that information available for us if we're interested in that? And also the criteria for that, the addition or removal in terms of your decision making.
Thank you. Chair Finley, Commissioner Woolley, we did anticipate this question, so I can speak for the fish species. The 2 taxa that were removed from the list are the fall Chinook and the rogue SMU, and the winter steelhead and the coastal SMU. Those were removed from the list following the completion of the multi-coastal species management plan. We added green sturgeon due to their federal listing. We also added pit sculpin and western river lamprey due to recent surveys indicating declines in population. Bull trout, the Walla Walla SMU for bull trout is a housekeeping issue that SMU was not addressed in the last list, so we added it to this list. No longer critical, but still a sensitive species. Modoc sucker and Oregon chub have been recently federally delisted, so we removed the critical status from those species on the state list. Again, the Chinook were from the Coastal Multi-Species Plan, aligning, and our Great Basin red band trout populations, we had crews on the ground doing surveys and able to adjust the designation for those species based on data.
Okay, you can, okay, you're at wildlife, good, okay.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Woolley, on the wildlife side, it was a similar issue when we have, as I mentioned, it was the alignment with the conservation strategy, which is the driver for us. And that was the most complete review that we've undertaken for species of highest conservation concern. And so a lot of that review of the best science with peer review, stakeholder involvement, and new information that was available to us. That was the reasons why we went through and made those changes. Some were taxonomic, as I mentioned, so that was a housekeeping issue. Some species that we know more about now or have greater concerns with, such instance, well, in the conservation strategy, the key conservation issues, we were mindful of new or different things that led us to propose putting them back on the list, or on the list for the first time. For instance, climate change, the American pika is a species that we did not previously have. And it's a species that is of concern over much of its range. And so we put that on the list as a species that we will focus more special attention to. Tufted puffin was another example where we've put that on the list and elevated it to critical because of the higher level of concern that we have. And then there were some other species where we had changes made because of taxonomic issues, lumping species like willow flycatcher, for instance, and the sage grouse issues that we've talked about before. And in that case, we have concerns in particular ecoregions and not so much in others. So this was a means of focusing in some of those concerns that we do have. And then we had other species that we didn't consider in previous versions of the sensitive species list, like the rock sandpiper and Leach's storm petrel, which again we have more information about and felt it was appropriate to focus on.
Okay, appreciate that. So, getting to the gray wolf, and we know that the wolf plan is, the ruling document that we follow in terms of managing the wolf. And I was looking at the sensitive species definition, defined as having small or declining populations, are at risk, and are of management concern. So I know that, the gray wolf is federally listed in part of our state. And then the sage grouse, does sage grouse also have a federal listing? Is that correct?
No.
No, it does not. Okay. So anyway, so it looks like it fits small population, but not, we've determined, at least our staff have determined that they're not at risk. So I just want to know just kind of your additional thought process in terms of deciding if to designate the gray wolf as sensitive or not, and if there are any protections that are not afforded the gray wolf by lack of that designation. So.
Mike, sorry. I had something on it. This is where there's actual criteria in rule that defines or directs us to, or that is explicit for us to use when we populate this list. And our council has that language here, so I'd like to share the actual rule language as opposed to the broader policy language that you've read.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So the rule says that a wildlife species shall qualify for inclusion on the sensitive species list if its numbers are declining at a rate such that it may become eligible for listing as a threatened species, or its habitat is threatened or declining in quantity or quality, such that it may become eligible for listing as threatened. And so the rule contemplates a decline in population, and that is limiting in terms of then what is expected to, or what the legal standards anticipate going on the list.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Buckmaster.
Kurt, maybe you could help as I'm a little confused on how the sensitive species work melds in structurally, organizationally with the Oregon conservation strategy. I mean, obviously we want full coverage without redundancy, and I just, can you help me out with that?
Well, I don't know that I can help you out with the fact that there is some redundancy, but I would point out that they are different. And one of the key, and when I'm going to digress a little bit, but one of the key differences between the conservation strategy and species that are on the list in the conservation strategy versus sensitive species or endangered or threatened listed species is the amount of rigor that goes into determining, whether they should or should not be on the list. And so in the case of when someone says, we want to use the conservation strategy to guide, for instance, to guide land use decisions, we say, wait a minute. There was not the same level of rigor that went into the conservation strategy with regard to engagement with stakeholders to use it as a regulatory document. It's a guide for voluntary actions. So similarly, the list of species in the conservation strategy doesn't go through the same level of rigor as ESA listed species, or in this case, sensitive species determinations. There is some redundancy, but it's not total redundancy, I guess is what I'm saying. And I don't know if Martin wants to add anything to that, or I know there's been other staff that's worked on this issue.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, I think the one issue that, and I suppose the difference that I would like to point out is that the conservation strategy is a statewide document and blueprint for conservation, which includes species groups that we don't have management authority over. This, being a subset, focuses on that of fish, wildlife, amphibians, reptiles, and birds. And so we have that subset which we focus on, and we don't, in the conservation strategy, prioritize species absolutely. We look at species with highest conservation need, and then implementation is through the local level, through conservation opportunity areas, and the priorities are worked out locally in terms of actions that need to be undertaken. With this list, we have taken out, maintained the critical list that was already within that mechanism to pull out those that are especially in trouble, that we want to focus on. And the purpose of the list itself is to do precisely that, is to focus attention for ourselves in a non-regulatory way. Other agencies do tend to use it in a more legal fashion, but it does pull out the species that we have particular concern about, ones that we want to see action undertaken to prevent that listing as threatened or endangered species. These are ones that are heading that way, and we're trying to encourage through this watch list, if you like, actions that should be taken to prevent that inevitable listing, which is onerous to all. And that's really the purpose of it. So it's the species that are really most concerned and probably the greatest conservation concern to us collectively, but as an agency we can try and do something about with our partners.
Thank you. That helps. When I look at the budget issues facing the state, it would not surprise me. It's not beyond the realm of possibility for you or somebody representing you is sitting in front of a legislative body, and they say, okay, what has the sensitive species program? What action have they taken over the last year other than making a list? What have you actually done on the ground as opposed to a list that justifies the money we spend? I think we all have to be prepared to be answering questions like that on a variety of things across our budget. So I would love to know what actions are part of it other than just the listing itself at some point. Not right now, but at some point.
Holly.
Regarding the sensitive species, and you read the rule that says they need to be either declining habitat or declining populations. We know so little about most of these species. We've not been doing long-term monitoring of populations. How do those species fit into this model that we don't have adequate information for, both ones that are listed as sensitive species and ones that aren't, that may also qualify?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Eckerson, I think you're absolutely right. I think we never have enough information to make definitive judgments. Where we have done the most thorough examination was through the conservation strategy and the list that we compiled there. And where we were able to take all the information that's out there, a lot of the information comes from our partners, from others, and it's a combination of all of those things, from the literature research as well, from other information out of state. And so with all of those, we've made our best judgment as to which species are in highest conservation need and made that judgment accordingly. And where we really have totally inadequate information rather than not quite enough, we have the data gap category under the conservation strategy, which does identify species where we think there's a problem, but we don't have enough information really to make a definitive comment, and trying to use that as a catalyst where we can to try and leverage funds, obtain funds from elsewhere. And the conservation strategy, through state wildlife grants, through other federal grants, state agency budgets too, we can put those very limited funds in the best possible direction, but there's never enough, and a lot of the information that we have is the best that we can make from the information that's currently available. And is absolutely everything right? Well, possibly not, but that's the best that we possibly have, and probably the best review that we've been able to undertake thus far through the conservation strategy. But we have a long way to go, there's no question.
It seems like, given our approach to look at alternative funding for wildlife, both in the state and federal level, that we really need much more emphasis on monitoring these sensitive species as well as the strategy species, so we have the data and the transparency to be able to tell our partners, this is what we know and this is why they're on this list. Here's our record from long-term changes. I really feel like because we haven't had the funding for the conservation strategy to really do an adequate job, that's really been deprioritized, and I see it as the #1 critical piece for ODFW to spend funding on as we get funding, get people on the ground, get real data from the ground, and not just model it or try to guess what our populations are doing, because we really don't know in so many of them.
I might comment on that, Commissioner Atkinson. That was one of the listed priorities of the task force, funding task force 2402, was to inventory, monitor, increase science. So there was an emphasis that Kurt and the staff worked on to provide to the work group, and they adopted it. Now we just have to be hopeful that there's some money comes out of it. Okay, Commissioner Anderson, did you? No?
Just maybe on a positive note, to Holly, at lunchtime I just had received an email regarding the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's inventory efforts for the next year, including the use of environmental DNA, which can be captured from water samples, which is a whole new technology that can help us at least not identify how many critters are there, but whether they're there or not. So I just leave that on a positive note that there are other partners moving forward in our region, and that effort is the entire west of the Rockies, so it would be able to encompass a multi-state effort. Hopefully, we can learn more from that.
Okay, great. Okay, anything else? Thank you both.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I would just add that along Commissioner Anderson's point there, that we, our fish research staff actually, and you may have seen the news release, but we are doing some eDNA work right now, some pilot project work, really looking into using that technique in the future to help us not only with sensitive species, but also perhaps with just abundance, determined abundance of our fish that we monitor using much more costly methods right now.
Very promising.
Okay. Well, I'll just put something in your ear to remind you of why we need to preserve the lands, both public and semi-public lands like Nature Conservancy. The enzyme that allows DNA, polymerase chain reaction, came from a Yellowstone hot pot. It's called, the species is Thermus aquaticus. And it was discovered in the 1950s and then applied. The enzyme works at high temperatures, so you can replicate DNA. It actually zips open the DNA and then allows it to replicate. So if you think of the value, medicine-wise, cancer, everything like you just talked about, came from one species in one hotspot in one location. And it's a reason to really protect what we yet don't know what we're going to need or use. And so I just put that as all the benefits we're deriving from that. Okay, next is Isaac Sanders, Access and Habitat. Good afternoon, Isaac. You have 17 minutes.
Should I set the timer,
Yeah.
Chair Finley?
Afternoon, Chair, Chair Finley, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. Isaac Sanders, Access and Habitat Coordinator. Just have 2 items for the Commission today. We have 2 appointments to the board. We need to appoint a new chair and reappoint or appoint a hunter representative. First thing I'll cover is the chair. We have a vacancy being created. Jim Morell's second term on the board is finished at the end of this month, creating the need to appoint a new chair. We solicited applications publicly. We put out an advertisement mid-September through October, middle of October, about a month. We received 2 applications for the chair, both from sitting board members. One of them is Craig Ely, a landowner representative on the board, and the other applicant was Dave Steveotter, a hunter representative on the board as well. First one, we've got a map here that shows the existing board members with the 2 candidates are indicated in red. Craig is there near La Grande, and Dave Steveotter is in Ontario. Jim Morell is the current chair, but as I said, he will be finished at the end of the month, and he's there in Sisters. The first applicant I'll talk about is Craig Ely. He is currently near the end of his 3rd term as a landowner representative on the board, or near the 3rd year of his 1st term as a representative on the board. Craig's a former Northeast Region manager for the department, so he's well familiar with a lot of the operations that go on. He's currently on the Starker Research Forest Animal Welfare Committee, as well as an active board member on the Union-Wallala County OHA chapter. As a farm owner, he has, in Rio Grande, he has both personal and professional experience with the issues that landowners face with wildlife impacts and use and whatnot. As I said, his 1st term ends March 7th of 2018. The second candidate we have is Dave Steveotter from Ontario. He is completing his 1st term as a hunter representative to the board. Ends at the end of the month. Really active in the hunting community. Over 10 years doing hunter ed instruction with the department. Really active with Pheasants Forever and the Wild Turkey Federation. He was really instrumental in the creation of the Ontario access area that we have. It's really great area. It's right near town. Great opportunity for people out there in Ontario. And he was really instrumental in getting the city to forego the fees, and now we actually don't pay for the Ontario access area. We do pay to help with little maintenance and whatnot. So after really considering the applicants, Craig Ely's statewide experience with wildlife management, as well as active participation with the sporting groups, led staff to recommend the commission appoint Craig to serve the remainder of his first term as the chair. If selected as the chair, he would serve out the remainder of his first term and be eligible for reappointment after March 7th of 2018. Would you like to handle this, or would you like me to go on to
Let's just handle this real quickly. There's no public testimony. Commissioner Weber.
Well, I was thinking we ought to handle the other one first, because one of these applicants is also reapplying for his position, correct?
Yes. Yeah, Dave Steveotter is at the end of his first term and is eligible for reappointment. So he could be appointed as the chair or as a hunter representative, however the commission so feels.
Before we go on, Isaac, would you tell us in a nutshell what the position of chair, what is his limit of authority? Is he setting? Does he set agenda? Does he prioritize what are the rules of chair other than managing, or the responsibility of the chair other than just managing a meeting?
Well, the major responsibility is managing the meeting, but you're correct. It's help setting the agenda, bringing forth items, suggestions. Also, working with other board members on various projects. And I think importantly as well, maintaining the effective flow of the board, and as a representative of the public at large, also making sure that all sides are heard, making sure that time's allowed for both, say, landowner representatives and hunter representatives, and that both sides are heard. So it really is helping to manage the board and run meetings and do that. That is the primary goal of it. But it is also, as the leader of the board, if there are important issues that the board would like to address or bring forward to the commission, then the chair is really the lead on that.
Okay. All right. So, Bob, would you state again why you believe we should address?
Well, I was just thinking that one of the applicants for chair is also, his term is running out, so if he isn't reappointed, wouldn't, I guess, I don't know, it just seems like there's two things here that kind of conflict.
Well, I think, Mr. Chair, Chair Finley and Commissioner Weber, there's basically two appointments in this packet.
Okay.
One is appointing the chair, and then one, depending on what happens with your chairmanship appointment, the second appointment action is to appoint the hunter representative. So if you were, I think it is appropriate to take it in this order, the order that is laid out here. If you, for instance, were to appoint Mr. Steveotter as the chair, then that opens up his hunter representative seat, and you would then take action to appoint a hunter representative. If, correct me if I'm getting it wrong here, Isaac, but if you appoint Mr. Ely as the chair, then that does technically open up the landowner seat, but we haven't recruited for a landowner representative, so we will then later go out and recruit for a landowner representative. And then your next action would be to appoint a hunter representative, where you could either reappoint Mr. Steveotter or someone else from the list.
Okay, yeah, I was,
Okay, we got it.
my confusion.
No, it is confusing.
I was thinking like you, that it wasn't a new position, the chair.
No, if the landowner position is opened up by the chair appointment, then we will be recruiting for a new landowner representative on the A&H board.
All right. I move to appoint Craig Ely as Chair of the Access and Habitat Board.
I'd second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mike Finley, seconded by Bob Weber. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. It's unanimous. Welcome to Craig, and thank you. All right, now we go to the second one.
That's right.
So, moving on, now we have the appointment of the hunter representative, as we just discussed. We ran the public request for applications concurrently. Both the chair and the hunter rep were advertised at the same time. Out of that, we received 7 applications, and we convened a review team internally to rank the applications, of which we got 5 top candidates. And those listed here in alphabetical order are Charlie Corino out of Portland, Philip Ham from Hermiston. Both Charlie and Philip applied in the last hunter representative opportunity that we had earlier this year. Wendell Locke from Gaston, John Peterson from Philomath, and Dave Steveotter, the current hunter rep for the area. Here's a quick map, locations again. So this is the existing board. The hunter applicants are outlined with a black border. We have a clustering, once again, of people kind of in the northwest area around Portland, with Wendell Locke, Charlie, and then John Patterson is in Philomath, but still kind of in the northwest. And then we have Philip Ham in Hermiston up there in the northeast, and then Dave Steveotter out in Ontario. Again, after consideration of, in light of his participation on the board and efforts with hunting, we feel that Dave Steveotter is doing a really great job and should be reappointed for a second term on the Access and Habitat Board.
Questions or comments? Okay. I move to appoint David Steveotter to serve a second 4-year term as hunter representative on the Access and Habitat Board.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mike Finley, seconded by Bob Weber. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. All right, now we'll move to, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So at an upcoming meeting, we will be bringing back, we will recruit and then bring back a landowner, a landowner appointment for the commission.
Okay. All right, so we're in other business.
Okay,
Director?
other business, I just had a couple very brief items. I did want to let the commission know that we have, for the first time in our agency history, hired an executive internal auditor, which that position is now officially filled, and we are populating an audit committee that will basically help guide the work of that internal auditor. We would like one commission member to sit on that audit committee, and I had spoken with Chair Finley about that, and the chair and Commissioner Buckmaster had agreed that Commissioner Buckmaster would serve in that capacity. So I wanted to let the commission know that Commissioner Buckmaster will be sitting on our internal audit committee.
You just found that out, didn't you, Bruce?
Did he agree to that?
Yeah, it was Bruce, Jason.
I second the nomination of Bruce for this mind-numbing job.
Asshole. That's my job.
Well, he was very engaged on our Secretary of State audit last year, so we felt it only appropriate that he might want to engage with us on the internal side. And then just lastly, the governor did release her budget yesterday. We are still, as I mentioned earlier, Bill Herber is out on family medical leave right now. We are still digging into the details of that budget. For the most part, it looks like the governor, by and large, took our recommended reductions as it relates to general fund, but we will be providing you all more detail on that as we dig into the details.
Okay.
That's all I had. Appreciate everyone being here. I think you had something, Mike, as well.
I do. I want to recognize and thank Commissioner Atkinson for his work with us. He wished it had been longer, Jason, but we understand the needs, your needs personally, and the politics of the situation. And you were a valuable addition. I thought the legislative experience that you brought to this commission was particularly noteworthy, and the way you worked with the audience and the staff. So you may be here in January, voluntarily, assuming there's not a confirmation in December. But anyway, I wanted to recognize you for the record and thank you very much for your service. That's right. He deserves a stand-up.
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay, and with that, we're adjourned.
Thanks.
So.